Okay, so
All
hello
right.
everyone. Hello Staks. Nice to meet you. We have never talked before. We
Nope,
have
not
just
yet.
yeah, we have
But
just
yeah, I just
recently
started looking at some of your posts on the Facebook, and they were
right.
interesting.
Yeah, so we decided to have a conversation. So, would you maybe as an introduction talk a little bit about you? I
Okay.
saw you published a book about atheism. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So I've been an atheist activist for uh, probably close to 30 years now. It's been a while. And been going around, talking about atheism and just fighting for atheist rights in America, and just you know talking to religious people. And I haven't last few years I haven't been doing too much on that front, but then I decided to finally publish my book that I've been working on for a while, um, and it is called there we go. Disproving God and Five Adequate Reasons to Be an Atheist. And I was lucky enough to get Herb Silverman, who is the president of the Secular Coalition for America, to do the forward for that. And he has a few books out as well. His books are hilarious. Um, my book, it's in two sections. So the first section deals with disproving God as the main argument. And the second section is more humorous, and I kind of poke fun at some things, um, and just have some fun with religion and some of the questions that atheists and Christians engage in.
Okay.
Now, I've engaged with a lot of different religious people, and there's a spectrum for you guys. So I'm sure there's a spectrum for atheists too, but for
Yes.
religious people, there's definitely a huge spectrum. So on one hand, I've spoken at pretty liberal churches and had had great conversations, and I've also spoken with fundamentalist Christians, people who used to believe that the world was going to end in what was it, September of 2012. They thought the world was going to end, and that was always fun. So I don't know where on the spectrum you fall. Like, how do you take the Bible like super, super literally, or some of it's figurative, some of it's literal, or where do you fall down on that, if I may ask?
I started looking closer into origins, narratives, and so forth when I married 15 years ago. My wife's father was a geologist. He was a Bible believing Christian, but he was an older creationist. And from there, I've been for a few years an older proponent, and then I became agnostic. And from there, I went to young Earth creationism, which is a position which I hold today. But I
So how old do you
acknowledge,
think the Earth is?
yeah, I mean, young Earth says about 6 to 7,000 years, something like that. But I acknowledge the problems which that proposition has. There are unanswered or not well answered issues like the starlight problem. I
Yeah.
acknowledge. I don't think that the models which have been proposed by young Earth proponents are consistent models. I don't think it. Okay, so I acknowledge the problems, but
Right. So if you look
uh,
outside right now, it's nighttime, right? And if you look outside, you see a star that's, a million miles away, right? Doesn't that itself disprove the young Earth creation model?
yeah, that's what I am saying is that the
Yeah, yeah,
answers which have been given by young Earth proponents, they are, in
right.
my view, not still um, consistent enough. So, um, nonetheless, I've studied what actually Genesis says in regards of the creation week, and I mean the old Earth proponents they claim that Yom can be interpreted as a long period of time, as ages, and I disagree with that. I think it cannot be reinterpreted into long periods of time. I think that it says it was night, it was day, second day, the night, day, and so forth.
Right.
And
And
there
then
are other,
days before the sun came around,
yeah, and there
right?
is Exodus 20 as well, which confirms that. So I think that a literal interpretation is the right interpretation. and I take the Bible and God's words also very serious. So I believe it, even if I can some aspects I agree. They up to now they cannot be um, fully backed up by science, but at the same time I see also difficulties with the Big Bang model, like the flatness of the
Okay. Now,
Big Bang.
in the Bible, there's a
Uh,
fascinating story, and I know I caught some of your show with Phil Ferguson.
Other
Actually,
aspect,
yeah,
inflation, which is a big.
right. When you were talking to Phil Ferguson, when you started, you guys were talking about different languages and stuff like that. And I'll be honest, I only speak English. I'm not. Oh, did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
my
There you go.
internet isn't, but okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you guys are speaking other languages, and that's cool. I wish I could speak other languages. I can't. But it made me think about the story in the Bible, the Tower of Babel story, right? Do you believe that that was an actual historical event, the Tower of Babel?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I
Okay.
believe
So you
also
think
in
that's how languages
World
came
Wide
about,
Flood.
was people built the tower to try to get to heaven, and God knocked down the tower and split them up into different languages?
Yes, I believe that.
Yes. Okay. Um, because I think it's a fascinating story for a lot of reasons. One is that we've built towers probably higher than that, right? Um, and they were not knocked down. We have an international space station, which is really just like a giant FU to God, if you think about it, because it's the International Space Station. It's people from all over the world getting together to build this station that goes into heaven, the dwelling place of the gods, and God hasn't destroyed it.
Yeah,
Why
there
not?
is actually a passage in the Old Testament which says,
Mhm.
even if you build your nest between the stars, I will bring it down.
Right.
So,
So why is the International Space Station still orbiting us?
well, I mean, it can be that in the future some accident will happen, I guess. I
Well,
mean,
and also the other thing is we have today Google Translate, right, on our computers. So that's also kind of like a giant FU to God, because now we can actually communicate with each other, you know, even though we don't speak necessarily the same language. Like English isn't your first language, is it correct?
no, it's not my first language.
So the fact that you and I are talking right now is kind of like an FU to God. When you think about it, it kind of violates everything God tried to do with the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that that was the problem was not the hate of the tower; it was the motivation, probably what they actually tried to achieve, which
To
was
go to God, to go into the
yeah,
heavens, right? But
yeah,
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
we did that.
and there is an aspect where God actually says some in a kind of humorous way. Let's see what these guys are doing down there, and let's have fun with them.
Yeah.
I make it in this interpretation. So I think in certain situations, God shows that He is also humorous in what He does.
uh Yeah, and humorous is try building, kill people, and send them all over the world, different languages. It's
Well,
hilarious.
well, maybe that wasn't so
God, what a sense of humor! What
humorous,
a
of
rascal!
course.
What a rascal!
Yeah,
Wait,
that are other
well,
situations.
so speaking, I know you when you were talking to Phil, you were talking about morality a little bit, and so Phil had asked you what your source of morality was, um, and you said it was. Did you say God or the Bible? How did you phrase that? I forget.
Yes, I believe that morality comes from God's nature, which He imprints in our hearts. So we have a moral sense. We know what is right and wrong. It's innate in us. So nobody needs to teach us or to teach you nor me that torturing and raping and killing babies for fun is wrong. We all know it's wrong. So there is a
Do we
moral
though?
sense. Yes, we know that. I mean,
and how do but what grounds your morality? Like, where is your morality grounded in? Like, how do you know that?
I think there are two aspects. One is our own sense of morality. We know what is wrong and right. We have that sense, that moral sense. And second,
so you never wrestle with anything morally. Like, there's no moral decision. You're like, well, yeah, I got to think about this. Is this really moral or is it not? Like, you just know it instantly. Everybody does. Is that how that works?
I think, of course, there are degrees. It's not like black and white. You know, of course, the Bible doesn't tell you. Don't.
But where does morality like
a check without funds? But I mean, we have the 10 commandments. Commandments: don't steal, don't lie, don't cheat, don't.
Oh yeah, so that's the other thing. Phil asked you to name the 10 Commandments, and you were unable to do so. Now you've had a couple of days. I want to ask you. I want to do that with you again, but I'm going to make it a little easier than Phil. Phil wanted you to come up with them, on the spot. It can be a little difficult. How about true and false? Right. I'll read you a commandment. You tell me if it is a 10 Commandment or if it's not.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
All right.
Okay. First commandment. Let's see. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. Is that a commandment?
Yes.
Okay. It's a good commandment, right?
Yeah.
If you what does that mean exactly? Taking the Lord's name in vain. Like, is that like, damn it, God, did I just violate that law, or is there something more specific? Or is it like praying for my football team to win?
I think it is. I think it is blaspheming God, name calling God. I mean, I consider Christ as God, as the second person of the triune God, and I mean, you see, there is a movie like Jesus Christ Superstar, which portrays him with homosexual inclinations. There has been recently a Netflix movie about Christ and portraying him like being gay. So I think these are clearly blasphemous expressions, and I think it's that kind of thing that the Bible commands us not to do.
And what is the punishment for this?
Well, I think that the Bible is pretty clear. The Bible says that we have all sinned, that we have all fallen short of God's glory, and that we are all sinners and have missed the target. So we are all on the same boat and on the road to hell. But there is an escape since God loves us.
So let me ask, what exactly is hell?
I think it is a place of eternal torment, which God made for demons and Satan, and all those who reject God, who reject Christ, don't believe that He exists, that He is the Lord. They will be judged upon their own sins, and they will receive.
Right. Okay. So if you curse God, you're tortured for all eternity in hell. Is that correct?
I mean, I see it like this: God is absolutely holy. He is sinless. There is no darkness whatsoever in him, and He only relates with other beings, which are also perfect.
When you say there's no darkness in Him, what do you mean by that exactly? Because if you're saying that God is that darkness and light that is by definition God, then that would be that a logical impossibility, right?
No, God is morality does God light. I think light can be synonymous to pureness, to holiness, to righteousness, to justness, to goodness, to be loving, to be um, forgiving, to be gracious. These attributes which express God's goodness, and that there
Okay.
is not no
So,
kind of evil in him, in his nature.
so let me ask you: you've heard of the philosopher Euthyphro, correct? Or not? He's not a philosopher; he's a lawyer. But you've heard of the Plato's dialogue with Euthyphro, I assume.
Oh yes, the
Yeah,
trilemma, right? Yeah.
yeah. So for your listeners, if they are not aware, this is Plato was a Greek philosopher, 500 years BC, and he asked a lawyer Euthyphro, um, "Is something good because God says so, or does God say so because it is good?" Right.
Yes, the solution to that is that God's commandments and laws, they emanate from his nature. So
So what
whatever
does that
is
mean?
that he is in his essence, he is good. Whatever he decides,
So
whatever he does, what in his essence, he is good. He defines himself as good.
so again, is something good because God says it's good, or or does God say it's good because it is good?
Um,
Do you see the distinction
every,
there?
yeah, everything what God does or what he commands, it comes
Mhm.
out of his nature, which in is its essence,
Right.
it's good.
But what I'm trying to get at is this: Does God is what is good defined by God, or does God interpret? Does God have a better sense of what is good and interprets it for us and Himself? Does that make sense?
Um, I maybe would have to
Is good
think about
something apart
the
from
question.
God that God interprets, or does God create good?
I mean,
Is morality arbitrary?
when we are talking about good, then we are
Mhm.
talking about things which are righteous, which are okay, which are positive, which are, and I think
But what do you mean by
whatever God,
positive?
yeah, positive good. So
Right, but
yeah.
what does that mean? Is what I'm trying to say. Is what I'm trying to ask is, I mean, I'm trying to figure out
I
how
mean,
others to
I
answer
think
ask
it
this
is
question.
expressed, for example, in the Ten Commandments. It is good to tell the truth. It is
Oh
not good
yeah,
to
let's get
lie.
back to that.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not bear false witness. Commandment, not a commandment.
Yes, it's a
Yes.
commandment.
Okay. Good. That is true. That is all right.
Yes.
You got 2 for 2 so far. All right. Thou shalt not rape. Is that a commandment?
Uh, I think not. No, it's
No,
not.
that is correct. You are correct.
Yes.
So you're 3 for 3. Rape is not a commandment. You can rape all you want. That is not a law that God has said you cannot do. So rape is okay. Rape's fine. Morally okay. Um,
Let me stop
but
you here.
lying,
Let me stop you real quick. You know
okay.
what the first command is, which is expressed in the Old as well in the New Testament? What is the foremost command?
The first commandment is to have no other God before you except the Lord your God. See, I'm
No,
giving you that one.
I would say the foremost or the most important command, which was also asked to Christ. What was Christ's answer?
I'm not sure what question you're asking.
They came to Christ and said, "What is in the law the most important command given by God?"
To love your God.
And the second one,
You tell me.
to love
I'm not
our
sure what
next,
you're.
our neighbor, as ourselves.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
that is not only
Right.
that wasn't said only by Christ, but it is also in the
Right.
Old Testament.
Right.
Okay, so everything what we do, we can actually measure it towards that standard. So
Well,
if I am
but there are other
raping,
parts of the Bible which contradict that. So, and neighbor is subjective. At the time when they said that, they meant like literally your neighbor, like literally. not just
I
like
would
other people.
I would say that this is a
Like, for
general
instance, there's
rule which
in the Bible, it says you treat your Hebrew slaves better than other slaves, right? Because the Hebrew slaves are your neighbors and the other slaves are not your neighbors.
yeah, but what I want to go with this is that there is an overarching rule, which is the first commandment given also in the Old Testament, that we should love each other. Okay,
Right.
so I think all our behaviors, they should be measured by this command. And I
Right.
think
But that,
also when God judges
mhm,
us, he will judge
mhm,
us upon how much that we have loved other
right.
people. Okay, so of course then comes that question in every situation: if you are raping a woman,
Mhm,
is that an act of love? Are you loving her, or is that an act of egoistic hedonism and just satisfying your own
right.
desires, irrespective to what that woman actually feels?
Right. Well, I
So
mean,
I
the
think that
Bible
gives you
talks
the
about
answer.
that too. I mean, the Bible does talk about in Deuteronomy where, it's if you're raping a woman, if she's married, then you're obviously wrong and you should be put to death. But if she's not married, then you got to pay her father off because you've just damaged his goods
Yeah, I
and
mean
made
we
it
can
so.
go
I
down that
mean,
rabbit hole and now
are
question
women
each.
people or are they property? Because
I
Bible
mean
makes it
we
pretty
can.
clear the property,
No, Stacks, we can go down that rabbit hole, of course, and you
right?
can start bringing up all kind of things which you would say, oh, this is not right in the Old Testament and things like that. I don't know if that will be productive in our
Okay.
first
All right. Let me go
conversation,
for one
especially
more.
because I think that these things which are written there,
Right.
they have to be seen also in context and not just
Okay.
loosely as.
Right. Well, am I missing the context of that one? I didn't think I
I,
was.
I think when we are starting to talk about slavery and genocide and driving babies, all that, these common talking points of atheists which want to
Well, there's a
criticize the
reason
Bible.
behind it, right? So the
It,
overall
it,
point that I'm trying
it,
to
it,
make.
it is, but I mean, if we want to come really to the bottom of these things, then it won't go in a 1 or 2 hour conversation. It is a
Right.
complex topic, and I think
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
there are things which have to be considered in order not to making a portrayal and the characterization which maybe isn't appropriate or unjustified.
Okay. Phil asked you one other question, which you crowdsourced tonight earlier. And it was actually a question. I think I might have talked to him about it when I was on his show. I might not have, but I had talked about it once on the air with when I was on the radio with a religious gentleman. And that is, of course, an interesting question. And I'm curious about your answer after you've crowdsourced it a little bit. Is would you kill your daughter if God told you to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
And
think
I
God
think that your
would
readers got it
yeah,
wrong and why I asked the question. So I'm
yeah.
curious to know what you.
First of all, I think that um, asking hypothetical questions is
Right,
always not interesting because
right,
I mean, if you've seen there, first I said I would not like to respond immediately to that, and
right,
then
right.
I said, well, I think that God wouldn't actually demand us, and He doesn't demand us to do so.
Right,
I mean, there are some things
right.
like why happened it with Abraham? That was an exception, and it had also a background. There was a moral behind that. Why did that
Mm,
happen? And there, I mean, that has also to be seen in context. But I think the answer to that question is I don't think that we believe in a God which demands us such things.
right. So why do you think I asked you this question? Why do you think
Maybe,
I feel it's an important question to ask?
I
Do you
don't
have an
know
idea?
if you were wondering if I thought after that conversation about it to have a prepared answer if I'm confronted with it again, because I
No,
actually
actually, I
wasn't.
planned on asking this question even
No,
before you crowdsourced it. To
yeah,
be
I
honest with you.
wasn't. I wasn't really prepared to answer that question. That's why I said I wouldn't like. I mean, it's a difficult question, and if you've seen at my
it is a
Facebook
difficult
timeline,
question.
yeah,
It is a difficult
I
question.
asked others how they would respond to it, and you have there all kind of different. Someone even actually said, "Yes, I would do it."
Yes, and actually, I want to applaud that person. I forget what their name is. I made a mental note of it, but somebody actually got it exactly right. Well, in one sense, I should say, not the sense I would think, but as far as why I asked the question, he might not have even understood why I asked the question. But a lot of times, famously, C.S. Lewis asks, talks about, how atheists have no moral grounding and you can't have morals without God, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I know you do. I don't think you do. I don't think that's true. Like, I don't think that you actually get your morals from God. I think if you did get your morals from God, then you would kill your child without even hesitation. It wouldn't even be a debate in your mind, because if morality is defined by God, then if God tells you to do something is absolutely moral without question. The fact that you're even thinking about it, that you're thinking, well, killing my daughter is wrong, but God's asking me to do it. Now we're having a debate. Why? Why? Because you know, and I know, that morality does not come from God. Morality has nothing to do with God. And that's the point that I want to get to. Right? Ethics has nothing to do with God. Well, it does in the sense that frequently religious people do immoral things, using religion as their excuse for it, which is a problem. But in and of itself, morality does not come from God. It comes from human empathy.
Yeah, let me stop you right here. And you've seen, as I asked Phil, is torturing, raping, and killing a baby for fun objectively wrong in all circumstances? And of course, he immediately said yes, right?
I would say, I don't want to go into in all circumstances because my imagination is limited, but I would say yes, pretty much. Yeah, it's bad. Okay. Yeah,
so
it's immoral.
The thing is, which was my follow-up question then. So where do you have that moral sense from? Because it isn't something physical. It isn't something which you can detect somewhere. So
you're absolutely right.
He then said immediately, "Oh, who cares?" But
I care. I care. I'll be honest with you. I like Phil. He's my friend. I like him, but I care. That philosophy is my thing. I'm going to tell you right now, we get that sense that torturing people is wrong from human empathy and compassion, right? And our human empathy and compassion is evolving over time, which is why our morality is evolving over time as well. So hopefully we'll become more moral today than we were yesterday, which is why in the past, slavery was perfectly fine. And today we see it as not so much a good thing. And back in the day, we saw raping women as not a problem, it's a property dispute. And today we see women as equal to a man, and therefore not, you can't rape them because we have compassion. We have empathy for them. We have compassion for them, and we see them as equals.
But the thing is that we are the only species on Earth which actually has that moral sense. An animal.
That's not actually true.
Well, I think an animal just behaves upon its instinct.
That is not actually true. And there's studies, and I'll tell you about one. There was a study done with monkeys, right? And this was a great study, right? They had cages of monkeys. They gave monkey a treat, and he shared it with his friend. Oh, no, I'm getting two things confused. Hold on. This is it's been a while since I've looked at the study. They gave a monkey, if he hit the bell, they gave him one treat. If they hit the bell, if the other monkey in the next cage hit the bell, he got 2 treats. All right. So the monkey in the one cage who got 2 treats was very happy. The other monkey was happy when he got the 1 treat, but when he saw the other monkey get the 2 treats, he was not so happy. Right. And then even though they kept giving him treats when he hit the bell, he's still God man, right? Because he recognized there was a fairness factor, a fairness.
Yes, but
And we frequently
how
see,
can you have a moral
right.
standard if an animal doesn't rationalize and making rational decisions? We are the only species which does so, and
No, that's
I
not
think,
true. Like I'm saying, like we also see animals frequently share food with other animals, sometimes not even the same species. We also see animals adopt other babies that from different species as well. So we do see the beginnings of morals within other animals. Now, humans have a greater sense of morality because we have a better sense of empathy.
okay,
We
do you
identify
think,
more.
you know that about 4,000 years ago, the Canaanites, they offered their babies to Moloch, which was their
Right.
deity, and burned their babies
Right.
to have prosperity and things like that.
Yes.
Would you say that maybe 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, what I just said, that torturing, killing, and raping babies for fun is objectively wrong? Do you believe that 5,000 years ago,
Right.
eventually they thought that was a good thing to do?
I don't know what they thought. I think today, with our understanding of morality, that would be wrong. They thought they were
I
appeasing their
disagree
deity.
with you. I would
Right.
say that this is universal, even
Right.
if they back then would have
But is
said
it
it
though?
is
Because
okay
you
to do.
yourself are talking about torturing people, right? I mean, that's what hell is. You said earlier that hell is eternal torture, right? So if you think torture is bad, right?
I
Torture is
specified
immoral.
it. Staks, I specified
Right.
it. I said torturing little babies, raping and killing them for fun. For fun,
For
that
fun.
means
For fun.
for,
So you can
yeah,
torture people, and if it's not for fun, you can torture away. You think torture is okay?
no, what I mean, of course, I am. No, of
In
course, I am
what
loading that.
circumstance would you
What I am
say
saying,
torture is
just
okay?
what I mean, what I want to say with this is that we can. I think we both can agree that even if someone claims the opposite, that it is a universal, that behaving and doing such things is wrong in all circumstances. It doesn't matter if it was 5,000 years ago. It doesn't matter if it is
Right.
today.
Well, yeah,
It
I
doesn't
agree.
matter if it is a schizophrenic, someone which is
Right.
mentally ill or so. It doesn't matter in regards of the circumstances. It
Oh, I agree.
is
I absolutely agree.
objectively wrong in all circumstances. So the
Oh,
question
yeah.
is, if that is an objective moral standard, and if it is not something which comes from physics, it doesn't
Right.
matter. It isn't physical. Where does it come from? And I
I
think
told
that
you
is
it comes from human
precisely,
empathy and compassion, which is why
well, but
our
where does that come
right.
from? That standard that it is always wrong to behave this way. And I think this is a great reason to believe that God imprinted that standard in our hearts.
But
And
you
we
just said
know,
God's immoral. So you said God tortures people for all eternity if they break his rule of coveting thy neighbor's goods, or or
well,
lying, or using God's name in vain.
I think that
Well, torture for all
justice,
eternity.
I think, Staks, that justice demands punishment. Do you agree
And
with
you
that?
think well, so no, I actually I don't agree with that, but that's beside the point.
Well, so
If
let me ask you.
okay,
If someone kills your daughter,
right,
and that murderer goes on to justice, do you
right.
think that the judge should simply say, "Oh, okay, we forgive you. It's all right. It's all
No,
everything
no,
fine."
they should
Oh,
pay for their
oh,
crimes. They should
okay.
absolutely pay for their crimes.
So then we
But
agree
what
that
does pay for the crimes
punishment
mean?
for,
Does it mean torturing them for all eternity? Now let me. So here's the question.
that is maybe another point, but I think we both
No, it
agree
isn't another
that
point. It is the
I
point.
I think that we both agree that um, uh, 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 crimes and doing evil things deserves punishment. It is just to punish the perpetrator and evildoer for his crimes.
Right. So, but see,
Okay,
that's
so
the
we
whole
agree
point,
on that.
right? So when we want to ultimately turn the evildoer and have them mend their ways, the idea is for them to be rehabilitated, right? I mean, I would think that's how the American justice system works. I don't know, or it's supposed to work that way. It doesn't actually work that way, but I don't know how it is in Brazil. I assume it's the same way. You have a judge, you have a court,
Yes,
right, right.
yes.
And when people go to prison, they're sentenced to a certain number of years, and then they've paid their debt to society, and they're let go. Is
Right.
that
So
correct?
let me
Right.
ask you, do you
So
think there is a difference between um, if you, let's say, steal a candy um, from your from mom, so something like that, or if you actually um, uh, steal money from the government if you don't pay your taxes? Do you think there is a difference?
oh yeah, absolutely. I think there's a difference if you steal or versus if you kill somebody,
Okay,
right?
so I
Definitely
think
different
okay.
punishments for those
Okay,
crimes.
okay. So I see the
But
same
right,
situation between
right,
um, us judges and God, because God is the ultimate and absolute authority. He is the creator of human beings. He is the creator of
right,
us, and He has the right to instantiate the moral standard upon which we should live. And
right,
He
right.
has
So
also, as the ultimate judge, the right to punish those which actually do not live upon the standard that which He has set. And if he is the highest standard of morality, then he has the right to give the sentence, and the sentence of sinners is death. That's it. That's the
right.
sentence which
Well, it's
God
more than
gives.
death. It's eternal torture. You're shortchanging it there. It's more than just death. It's eternal torture. So if you curse God, if you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, which I believe is, according to Mark, is an unforgivable sin. You cannot even be redeemed for that.
Well,
Um,
for me, the unforgivable sin, Stacks, is when you, during the entire lifetime, resist to the calling of the Holy Spirit, where He
right.
wants to redeem you, to forgive you, to bring you into a relationship with
So
God. And when you reject that during your entire lifetime
right,
and you die without Christ, then you
right.
basically or there is no opportunity anymore to be forgiven
So
and to be in heaven. So you will end up in hell, and I think that is
okay,
the unforgivable
okay.
sin.
So let me ask you this: how long do humans generally live? Would you
Let's
say
say
like
70,
80 or
70,
100 years?
yeah,
Right,
70
70
years,
or 100
80
years.
years. Yeah.
Right. So you live a life 70 or 100 years, and you do some good things, you do some bad things, right? Say one of the bad things you do, you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. God damn you, right? Uh, you don't kill anybody. You don't steal. You maybe you lie a little bit, right?
Yeah, normal
Um,
average life.
right.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
just a normal,
Normal. Yeah.
generally a fairly good person, but goddamn, right? Um, but
Have you
70
read
to
the
100
Bible, the New
years.
Testament?
Oh yeah, yeah. So
Okay. Have you read
generally,
Romans
you live a
3?
general life. What was that?
Have you read Romans 3, chapter 3?
I have. I don't know that verse particularly offhand. I haven't
Hmm.
memorized the entire Bible. It's a pretty long book and it's boring, populated by absurdity. But my point is this: that you have a small time scale, right? 70 or 100 years seems like a long time to me, but in the context of eternity, that's kind of a very, 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 very small time, right?
Okay.
So my point is this: you commit this crime in this very, very short period of time, and your
Hmm.
punishment is eternal torture. So
Okay.
my question is torture, is it right to torture someone for a day if they blaspheme against the Holy Spirit? Is it right to torture somebody for a year if they do that? if you torture them for 2 years, 10 years, a million years, 10 million years, 10 billion years, because eternity turns out is actually kind of a long time, right? Do you think that that punishment fits that crime, or do you think the flawed justice system in America and probably Brazil as well is better than God's divine justice?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I see it like this, Staks. Does it matter the period of time that you have perpetuated a crime or an offense? Let's say that you have stolen $1 each month during the time period of 1 year. Okay.
Okay.
Compare that to someone taking 30 seconds to kill someone else with a gun. Okay.
Right.
So the person which has stolen a little money during the period of 1 year, should it receive a smaller punishment than the person which took just 30 seconds to kill someone? Or
no, I would say that murder is the heavier crime.
Okay, right. So you would agree that the time period that the person committed
but I also
the crime
think that
isn't relevant, crimes, but also the size of the crime, right? Would you agree with that?
Yes, and then I would also agree that both crimes, there would be a period where the debt would be paid off and they would be free to go.
Right.
So we have,
So the thing is, Staks, that you, of course, as an atheist, you see everything from a human perspective. I can understand it. But when you see it from a godly perspective, God sees things completely different, because he sees it that we have committed sins and missed the target towards an absolutely holy God,
but he should know that already, though. I mean, why even bother? See, that's the other thing I wrestle with religion is why. How do I engage with it? Because the fact is that religion is wholly ridiculous. It's flat out ridiculous, right? Like if you met Tom Cruise on the street and he told you about Scientology, right? Would you sit there and discuss it with him and the finer points of it, or would you just like laugh it off? Right. And so part of me is on that side where I just laugh it off, because it is kind of ridiculous. You're saying that God has this elaborate scheme for this, eternal justice of his, but he set everything in motion. So it's just a big show for him at everybody else's expense. And why does he need the show? I don't really understand.
Yeah, I think that God created the universe and human beings.
Why?
Because he loves us. He loves his creation. No. He wants.
You're missing.
Can I? Yes. Can I?
Oh no! Go on. Go on.
Okay. I believe that the meaning of our existence is that he created us in order that we can know him, that we can know his goodness, that we can have a relationship with him, a loving relationship, and that we can also love each other. And I think that everything which God does, he does it primarily because he loves. That is, in my understanding, the prime motor of every action that he takes. It's love.
Why?
Now, because he is, in essence, love. That's his nature. He is loving. And of course, loving also and only happens in a relationship between beings. You cannot express or receive love if you are alone, right? So I think that God's intention is to So
you're saying God's not perfect?
No, I'm saying God is perfect. But
you said he needs us.
No, he doesn't need us, but what he does, no, it isn't, and he doesn't need anything because he is self-sufficient.
And why? But why create the universe?
For our benefit.
Because before our benefit, he created us. Why did he create us?
Because he wants to have a loving relationship with his creation.
You're saying he has a loving relationship with his creator. So you talk about the Big Bang with Phil. So we have the universe, right? And then God existed before the universe, right? For eternity, God existed. He existed for all eternity, and then
Yes,
suddenly
yes,
nothing changed,
no, and to
and he
clarify,
decided to
God,
create the universe.
yes, and to
For
clarify, Staks, God was
right.
never alone. Okay, because God
You
is,
just said he was
as we
alone and he
no,
needed us.
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you.
All right.
I understand God as a triune God, one essence, three persons: God Father, God Son, and God Holy Spirit. So
So he already
he
has people. He doesn't need us.
right, but
All right.
he decided, for reasons that he knows, to actually extend. Um,
And that's my question. Why did he decide that? How could he decide that? I mean, is that even capable? Because if he's already perfect and he's living in heaven, I don't know what came first, heaven or God. I mean, does God have a place to live in? Or, but that's another story. My point is, like, if he's living in eternity, he's perfect, he doesn't need anything. Why change that status quo for like a second? Because that's all our universe is to God.
In the Bible there are different kinds of figurative analogies. Let's say, like, for example, he portrays God as the husband, and the church, which are all those which are saved, which will inhabit heaven in eternity, his bride. So it was in his will to create human beings which would go into the benefit of communion and enjoy his glory and his presence. So that was
But why?
Because of love, because he wants to uh, 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 that we can see his goodness and enjoy it.
Yeah, I think you're talking past the question, though. Do you see where I'm at here? If God's perfect, right? You can't change perfect, because if you change perfect, then it's no longer perfect, right?
Well,
Any
God is
change to
perfect.
perfect
God is
down,
perfect in his
right?
God is perfect in his nature. Okay,
Right.
he's
So what does it
perfect
mean
in
in
his
his nature?
nature.
Does it mean he's
That
not perfect in some other way?
No, I'm not saying that. All I am saying is
Okay.
that God is
Then why did you
perfect. That
clarify
is
that?
holy. Sorry.
Well, what was the purpose of your clarification? He's only perfect in his nature. Does that implies that he's not perfect in something else?
Yeah, you tried to imply that because that he in some way wasn't perfect, and for that reason he created the physical universe. That's not what I
Right.
said, and that's not what I
But
think.
that's the
As
only
I said,
logical inference, right?
I don't think so. I told you that I think that all what he does, what he creates, he does it out of love, and he created the universe and us so that we can enter in a loving relationship with him and enjoy his goodness, and
Okay.
and as well amongst us as human beings, amongst us, enjoy love and love each other. So I
And you
think
don't
this
see
is the
the problem with that?
um, of course that brings risks. That's what you probably
So,
want to
well, no, it's not about risk. I mean, God, if God knows everything, there's no risk, right? But there's also no necessity for it. So, if the status quo is perfect, any deviation from that status quo would be imperfect. So, there's not only is there no reason for him to create the universe, but doing so damages the perfectness.
again.
So
I think you are
the question is why.
maybe I think maybe you are. I said that he is perfect in his nature. Okay,
Okay,
he's
but
perfect
and
in
then
his
I asked you,
nature.
why'd you clarify
That
that?
that doesn't mean that. he cannot create and change the state of affairs and create a physical universe and us and expand beings which can know him and come into a loving relationship
But
with
doesn't
him.
it though?
That doesn't change the fact that he keeps being in his nature perfect.
But I mean, if he needs us, then that does
I
something
didn't
to
say
this.
I didn't say that
He says he needs us.
God.
He created us to love him because he needs our love.
No,
He needs communion with us.
that has nothing to do with something that he needs. I didn't say that.
Then if he doesn't need it, then why did he create it?
Because he loves.
But you don't see the logical contradiction there?
No?
No, you don't see that. If something is perfect, right, then you're creating something
let's
imperfect.
clarify. God's nature is perfect, holy, and righteous. Okay.
Right. And why are you clarifying God's nature versus God himself being perfect?
Yeah, that's what he is. He is perfect. But that doesn't mean that he cannot change the state of affairs external to him and create a physical universe. And
but why would he do that?
Because he loves us and he wants that we can share his and enjoy his glory and his presence.
I don't really see where I think you're missing a step again. Like, if something is perfect, then deviating from that perfection makes imperfect. But
I think you are not getting still that God's nature doesn't have anything to do with the external state of affairs. The fact that he created a world which at this moment isn't perfect doesn't mean that this has changed his nature. He keeps being the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He doesn't.
So let's talk about this world a little bit, right? Because we're not. I think we've reached an impasse here.
Okay.
So the universe is also a pretty large place, right? And it is not infinite. But for us, it just as well might be, because humans are never going to travel the entire universe. So if God created the universe for us, then, it's kind of like a waste of space, especially since I don't think a whole lot of religious people anticipate going to the stars in mass. I mean, the idea is that Jesus is supposed to come back like any day now, like within a generation or two.
No, the Bible doesn't give us any time.
Jesus said he'd be back within a generation. You said he'd be back within a generation.
No, there is another explanation for this. I don't think this is correct, but I don't think we have time to get deeper into that issue.
Okay,
but
all right.
Go ahead.
But so my other question, I guess, and we're getting close on the time, but we didn't really talk about the ridiculousness of the system, right? So we commit a crime, right? Let's say we use God's name in vain, and God decides he's going to punish us for eternity. He's going to torture us for all eternity. But there's a way out. Can you tell me what that way out is? How do we avoid eternal torture?
I think you know it. You know the gospel. I don't have to go into the details.
Right. So my question is, does that seem to make sense to you?
Well, the Bible is very clear, and the Bible says that what seems foolish to those which are not regenerated is Christ's power to save us. So God's wisdom is higher than ours.
Right. So just for clarification's sake, what is the way out? I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? I want you to say it so that if I say it, you can't come back and say, "Oh, you misrepresented my position. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? I'm trying to be fair. If you want, I can give what I think the standard Christian answer is. But if you would, I would appreciate that.
Okay. I believe that Christ is God. He is the second person of the triune God. He incarnate, became man, and he walked amongst us. He had a perfect sinless life. He did withstand all temptations, also in the desert and so forth. And he was punished for no crime whatsoever. He went to the cross, and there he was separated spiritually from the Father, and he paid. At the moment that he was hanging on the cross, he was completely separated from the Father, and he cried, as he screamed, "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" That was the moment when God the Father completely separated himself from the Son, and the Son, which in all eternity had a very close relationship to the Father, he felt that complete separateness from the Father. So I think that his psychological torture was far beyond and worse than his physical torture, which he endured. Okay. And I believe that he did this as a plan of salvation for all humanity, for you, for me, for all of us, so that he paid basically for all our sins, for your sins, for my sins. For all
Did he like take out a checkbook? Like how did he pay?
He paid with the punishment which he endured on the cross by being separated from the Father. He was completely separated because at that moment the Father didn't have any communion and relationship with the Son whatsoever. It's basically as if he turned away from Christ. He didn't even look at Christ on the cross. So Christ was completely separated from the Father. And that is basically what all those will endure when they die, which reject God. So basically, if you, Staks, say, "I don't want to know God and don't accept his love," that's your free choice. You can choose to do so. But I think that he has done everything that humanity can be saved, doesn't have to go to hell, which is a place which was created for the devil.
Right.
And he's saying,
but you haven't really answered my question, though.
Yes,
you've said a lot, but you haven't really. So my question is, like, how would I find forgiveness?
Yeah,
how would I pay
that.
for my sins? How would I pay for my sins?
So you cannot pay for your sins. Christ has paid for the sins of all humanity, including for yours. And if you acknowledge him as your Lord and Savior and surrender to the love, to the grace that he has shown to you, and repent from your sins, then he will regenerate you. He will give you a new heart. He will give you a new start, a new life. You can start living with Christ. Your sins are forgiven, and you basically enter from the family of those which do not pertain to God, to the family, to the body of Christ, to those which are redeemed, which are saved, and which can start to walk with God, knowing him, and then they can have hope for eternal life. So it's basically having faith. The Bible is very clear.
I think you're shortchanging it a little bit. You're watering down the story a little bit. So why? It's a little bit more like, as far as I understand it, right? Back in the day, when somebody committed a crime, the way they would atone for that crime is through the blood of an innocent lamb.
Mm-hmm.
All right, am I accurate on that? Right.
Yes. Yes.
So okay, and so the idea here is that Jesus is supposed to be the innocent lamb, right? And so, in order to pay for the crime, Jesus gave his blood to God.
Right. Yeah.
So my question is, why? Why does God want the blood? Is he like a vampire? What's going on there?
It has
Like,
nothing
it
to
seems
do
kind
with
of
that.
fanciful to me. So,
Yeah, but it has absolutely nothing to do with that, Stacks. The principle basically is that that sins um, demand punishment. The basic aspect
right,
is that, and there are two ways how we can pay for our sins because we are all sinners. Either we
right.
pay by our own, and when we
Mhm.
die, we will be judged by God, and He will tell us why we will be condemned, and we will spend eternity apart from Him, or we have one which pays for our sins, which is Christ. He paid on the
Right.
cross
And
for
it's
our
eternal
sins.
torture, right? That's the punishment. Eternal torture.
I believe
Right.
so. Yes,
Okay.
it's very
Yeah,
clear in
I
the
just want to
Bible.
be clear on that because
There are some,
we
there are
established
some
earlier
Christians.
torture. You said torture is wrong, so I just want to just want to
Well,
clarify
maybe
that.
I was very clear in
Hmm.
my exposition that it
Right.
is wrong to
Oh,
kill
just for fun.
babies for
It's
fun.
wrong. It's just
Yeah.
for fun. Right. Right.
Okay. So,
Right.
but
If
in
it's not for
regards of
fun, then it's okay. We can torture people if it's not for
don't put
fun.
words in my mouth. What I am
Okay.
saying is that um, God's holiness demands punishment for sins. And since we are sinners, since we all have sinned, there are two ways how this will be solved. Either you reject God and His redemption and solution, which is that He actually became man and paid for us, and we go free and receive forgiveness and eternal life, or we pay for ourselves. That's how God established it. Now, of course, you can say that's all nonsense to me. I don't believe
Yeah,
it.
this is
I
pretty
think
much
it's
all
all made
nonsense. Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if it's not, then hey, eternity is a long time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I
Pascal's
think,
wager. Yeah. Pascal's wager. Right.
yeah,
So, but if we apply Pascal's wager to other gods, right? Maybe we should go with the god that
yeah.
has an even
I
worse
think
punishment than eternal
Stax, I think
torture.
this is a very stupid objection. Do you know why?
Why? Why?
Because there is no God equal to the God of the Bible, and there is
Well,
no
that's
there
your
is
view, but
there
the
that
Muslims have a different point of view.
yes,
You
but
know,
if you analyze what they put on the table and
right,
compare it to the Bible, there is no
right.
there is no comparison
And the Mormons, they have your
whatsoever.
God, but they have your God's like a little different.
But you're a
Um,
pretty intelligent guy, Stax. You can compare
yeah.
these religions to the revelation in the Bible. There is no
Oh,
comparison.
I absolutely can because the Bible is just completely ridiculous, right? And that's what, like, I would go with the North. If I had to pick a God, I would go with Odin. I'll be honest with you. If I were to take Pascal's wager, Odin would be my choice, right? Mainly because Odin has proved he's put down that he's laid it on the table.
Stacks,
Odin says that
Stacks,
he's defeated the
Stacks, let me
frost
interrupt
giants.
you. Let me interrupt you here,
Okay.
Stacks. Your fantasy is completely irrelevant. Your wishes are completely
Right.
irrelevant.
I agree. I agree.
What we want to know is the truth. What we want to know
I
is
agree.
what is reality. Um,
Right.
if the God of the Bible, which I
Hmm.
believe in, really
I know you believe
exists,
you claim to believe him. I don't think you actually do, but
well,
you claim to believe him. Right. Hmm.
whatever you think. But anyway, what we both want to know is what is true in
Right.
regards of ontology, in regards of
Right. Right.
metaphysics,
Hmm.
in regards of ultimate reality. We both want to know what is true.
Right.
Now, you said you think that the Bible is ridiculous. And
Yeah.
I turn it right back to you. I think that
Hmm.
the atheistic, naturalistic worldview is
Hmm.
absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
Once you remove God from the
All right. Well,
equation,
atheism isn't a worldview, so that's fine.
yes, it is. Strong atheism is a worldview. I mean, if you stick to weak atheism, then I would ask
Hmm.
you, what are you even doing here? Are you just confessing your disbelief in God? Why should
Well,
I
no.
know? I don't care.
So I, because I like your imaginary God, am all about the love, right? And I see the world, right, that we live in, the material world, and I look around and I see that religion and Christianity more in particular, but other religions as well, has become a threat to human happiness, human progress, and human survival on this planet. And I see that threat. And I don't believe in killing the threat. I believe in educating the threat.
Okay. Can I stop you right here?
Yeah.
I would like to ask you 2 questions quick. First,
sure.
Do you think that sinners like you should be simply forgiven and go to heaven after you die, even if
I
you
don't even know what
rejected
you mean
God?
by sin. So,
It is
know.
missing the target,
Okay.
because God has created us to have a loving relationship with
Right.
Him. You have rejected Christ and God during your
Right.
lifetime.
Absolutely
You die.
have.
Okay,
Yes.
so you will get to the great. Let's suppose that you are wrong. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So you die. You will wake up on the other
Right.
side, and you will realize that actually you were wrong.
Right.
The Christian God is
Right.
true. There
Right.
is a judgment. You will be set in front of the great white throne,
Yeah.
and you will be judged.
Yes.
Do you think God should simply say, "Okay, Staks, no matter. Do you want to go to heaven?"
No. I don't want to go to heaven.
Okay.
So here's my thing. I mentioned Socrates earlier with his Euthyphro, right? But Socrates, there was also another book that Plato wrote with Socrates called Crito. And in Crito, Socrates was talking to him, and Crito went to break Socrates out of prison. And Socrates said, "No, I'm not going to go." And he goes, "But they're going to kill you, Socrates." And he said, "It is always better to suffer an injustice than it is to do an injustice." Right? So it was better, Socrates felt it was better for him to die in prison, even though he knew he could escape, but he also knew that he was guilty of the crime of influencing the youth. So according to the laws of ancient Greece at that time. So he felt he had to pay for that crime, right? But he also felt that it was wrong. It is more wrong to suffer, to do the injustice, right? So in that same sense, the God of the Bible is, one, ridiculous, but even more so immoral, in my view. All right, completely immoral, like not even like off the scales, like Hitler times a million immoral, right? So it would be better for me to fight against that immorality than to accept the bribe of heaven, which, to be honest with you, if you think about heaven, heaven's not such a great place when you think about it.
How do
It's
you know
kind of
that?
like hell too.
How
Well,
do you
what
know
is
that?
heaven? Explain what is heaven.
Well, it is where God is, where all the redeemed people are, where the angels are. But in essence, we know very little about what it is. The Bible just clarifies that it will be unimaginably
But you can't sin there, right?
wonderful. We will have free will, but I think nobody will want to sin there, because sin isn't something which is good.
Right.
Now, let me ask you
And
something
then,
else. Let me ask you something else, Tex. I'm wondering about that.
okay.
Are you a weak or a strong atheist?
Those terms, I understand what those terms mean. They're kind of fluid for me. So I'm both, I guess. Sometimes I'm weak, sometimes I'm strong.
Yeah, but
I don't
I
feel
mean,
those terms really do it justice.
okay,
I
but
consider
you
myself to
declare.
be an agnostic atheist, in that I don't know, and therefore I lack belief. But I have disproven God, right? I have disproven God.
Yeah, you have actually not disproved God yet. Can
Right.
you do that right
No,
now? Can you give
I
me the
wouldn't.
best argument?
I wouldn't give away the book. I'm not going to do that. Right? Nobody will buy the book. Nobody will buy the book if I give that away, right? So I don't want to do that. I disprove. I got to tease the book, right? That's capitalism.
Okay.
That's I'm coveting. I'm coveting.
Right.
Capitalism. But in any case, the way I view it is there's a lot of ridiculous concepts out there. I don't believe them, but I'm
Okay,
not
but
gonna.
Staks, can you give me
Right.
one good reason of how we can exist without a creator.
What do you mean? How we can? I don't know.
How can we? How can? Okay, so
Right.
you have
So
no
you're going to
answer.
go with the first cause? You're going to go with the first cause argument?
No, I'm not
Because
going
then we
with
already go
anything.
through that.
No, no, I'm not going
I
with
thought we already
anything.
hit through that already.
No, listen. I'm not proposing anything right now. You came to my
Right.
stream and you said I
Right.
can I'm promoting my book and I can
Right,
prove
right.
that God doesn't exist. Now I think
Yes.
that you can do that by
Mhm.
demonstrating how the physical universe, how life, biology, fine-tuning, all these kind of things, how they
Argument
can
by
have
design.
come,
Right.
how all these things can have come to be without any agency whatsoever.
Well, how could God come to be without any agency whatsoever?
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you
But
to
you are, really.
substantiate
You
your
are.
claim. No, I'm not
Right.
making any claim right now.
Right.
You are saying the deity.
Right.
No, listen.
Right.
You are
You're asking the
making
first cause argument.
No. I'm asking this text. I am asking. You are saying that the deity is not necessary to explain our existence, right?
Right. That is true.
Okay. So how can we explain our existence without the creator?
Right. See, my imagination's limited.
So you have no answer to my question?
I have ideas, or there's physicists that have ideas on how the
but
universe
you said you have proofs. But you said
I didn't have proof of before the Big Bang. I have proof that God doesn't exist.
No, but
that your answer is wrong.
No, you're claiming you have.
I'm not putting forth an answer of my own.
Doesn't exist.
I'm just saying your answer is wrong. Right? Like if I still so here's the thing. If I come about, right? If I walk over to my walk into a room and I see, there's water on the floor, right? And I ask my son, how did this water get on the floor? Did you spill it? He goes, no, a monkey, came by and spilled water on the floor. I'd be like, I don't believe you. I don't think a monkey did that, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that he spilled it either. Maybe somebody else spilled it, right? Just because I prove that his theory is complete, BS, doesn't mean that the alternative is that he did it. Maybe somebody else did it, right? My point is, I think your answer is wrong. I think the Muslim answer is wrong. I think the people, the Mormon answer is wrong. I think the Buddhist people are wrong. I think you're all wrong.
So why is yours right?
Right. I don't have one.
So you have no case. So but an atheist.
I'm an atheist.
So you believe that God is not necessary to explain our existence. So how can we exist without the creator?
God didn't exist, right?
So you have no case. I mean, Staks, you have a degree in philosophy?
Yeah, master's degree, yes.
Good. Wow.
Right.
So I think it should be basic for you to understand that in order for you to have a case.
That's cosmology you're talking about.
No,
that's out of my field of expertise.
Staks, can I finish, please? You interrupt.
Right. You go. I'm sorry.
Okay. So in order for you to have a case, you need to have evidence that we can exist without a creator, that God is not necessary.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Why?
You claim that God
need to have evidence that you like. So, do you have? All right. So let me put it this way. Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt. I love Star Wars. Right. Have you seen Star Wars?
When I was a kid, yes.
Oh, when you were. Oh, wow. Too bad, because it is a great movie. It is a great series of movies. But in any case, it takes place a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Right. Can you prove to me that Darth Vader doesn't exist? No, right?
Go ahead.
You can't prove that Darth Vader doesn't exist?
No.
But you don't believe he does?
Of course not.
Of course not. But do you have another explanation for, the Force?
Staks, this is one-to-one basic logic here. You came to my stream claiming that you can prove that God doesn't exist. That means that you have to have a case where you can explain how we can exist without a creator. Please.
No.
I want an answer.
We don't need to. We don't have to have that, right?
Of course. Okay. Okay. So you have
Right.
no case. You are empty. You came to my stream empty-handed. You have no explanation how we can exist without God.
We do have theories on how we could have how the universe could have been created, but we don't know because we don't
I'm
know.
not. I am not. I am not
we're still
talking
learning.
about knowing, Staks.
Right.
I am talking about why in Bayesian theory or abductive reasoning to the best explanation,
Right.
the no God hypothesis is the better explanation for our existence
All right.
rather than the contrary.
How do we know? I think Phil talked about this as well. How do you know that fairies didn't create the universe and not God?
That's not my question.
But that's an alternative theory, right?
And
that's
my
perfectly
question.
logical.
Listen, you came to the claim, you
Right.
came to the stream claiming that you have
Yes.
proofs that God doesn't exist.
Yes.
That's how you, and you presented your book here.
Yep.
Good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I asked you, how do you explain our existence without God? And you're empty-handed.
No, I told you, fairies. Odin. Well, technically Odin's a god, so I guess I'll lose that one. But
so why
fairies,
shouldn't I take you as a troll right now? Why should I take you serious?
Because I've laid out a groundwork for why your God doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't cut the cake. You need to have a case on your own.
Right. So we already explored your God, right? Your God who tortures people for all eternity.
Okay, let's suppose even that he does so. That doesn't disprove that he doesn't exist.
Right. I do that.
That doesn't prove that God does not exist.
Right.
Let's suppose this is true. That doesn't prove that he does not exist.
I'll accept that. You're right.
Okay, so you came here saying I can prove that God does not exist. So you need to have a scenario where you can explain our existence without a creator.
So
the Bible actually anything.
Okay, the Bible actually says gives a test for God.
I'm not talking about the Bible. Forget the Bible. Forget Odin. Forget.
That's what you believe. You believe the Bible.
No, listen. It isn't about what I believe. It is about what you believe. You came here.
I don't have any beliefs on this matter.
You believe.
I just disprove God.
You believe that God doesn't exist. So I'm asking you again. How can we explain our existence without God? Do you have an answer?
We don't need to.
Not?
We don't need to.
Of course we do.
No, I don't.
Of course we do. What did you come telling me here, that you have no answer, so you have no case?
No, I have answers. I have a case. It's in the book.
Okay, so how does your book?
But it's not about the first cause argument, because we already determined the first cause argument is problematic more for you than for me, right?
How did the universe come to be?
Well, why did the universe come to be?
No, how did the universe come to be without God?
Right. Well, why the universe?
No. How did the universe come into existence without God?
Right.
That's not a why question.
But I'm asking you
a how question.
How can be just rephrased as a why? So.
No, I want to know how you explain the origin of the universe without.
Again, that's cosmology. That's out of my expertise. Now, I have read a little bit of cosmology, and I can tell you that the latest information we have is that universes are being created and destroyed all the time within our universe. So a logical inference might be that there is some meta-universe that creates universes in and out as well, or some other universe that we're the product of some other universe. But that's all theoretical physics, and I'm not an expert in that field.
So where did it start?
But the question for you...
where did it start?
And again, that is my question to you, sir. Where did it start? You're saying it started with God, and I'm saying
with an eternal God.
I'm saying, why would God create a universe if he were perfect? And you've refused to answer that question.
It isn't a why question. It is a
but it is a why question. But it is a why question.
No, that is no.
So even if you take it for the how question, how did God come to be?
God is eternal. He has never been created.
Well, if he's eternal, then why would he create the universe?
That is
you're boxing yourself in the corner.
No, that is a
If
different
he's
question. The
eternal, then there's
motivation.
no reason to create the universe in the first place. Because if he's
Why
eternal
not?
and he's perfect, then just anything that deviates from that changes to unperfect. So why would he do that?
Okay, Staks, let me ask you something. Do you have kids?
Okay.
Do you
Yes,
have kids? Okay.
I do.
Why
Would I
have
kill
you?
them? No, I would not. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Why did you decide to have kids?
I decided to have kids, to have a family, so that I can reproduce and genetically expand my line,
Okay,
my
you
lineage, if you will.
decided to have a family, right?
Yes,
So God decided to
right.
expand his family.
But I'm not perfect. God, you're claiming God is.
It doesn't
So if you're
matter.
claiming God is perfect, then so for me, right, when I choose my spouse, my wife, I knew that she had traits that I found desirable, and that my traits plus her traits would make kids that hopefully will come out better than we are. And then we try to raise our kids so that they're better than we are. Right. So we're
Okay, let me
perfecting, we're trying
suppose.
to make
So, Stacks, let
our
me suppose you have a cookie
advance
cooker
humanity.
family.
But God
Yeah.
is perfect. He can't advance anymore. He's already there. So why?
Let me
Does
ask
it?
you. Let's suppose you have a cooker family. Everything is wonderful. You have kids. You have maybe a dog. It's everything perfectly fine.
Right.
But you decide, well, I want to have one more kid. I want to expand my family.
Right.
Do you think this is something which God couldn't decide to do, even if He is
Yes, I think it's something that
happy in
God
His
couldn't decide to
triunity?
do because He's perfect.
So,
According to you, He's perfect. So there is no reason to do that.
but it seems that He had a reason. He wanted to
What
expand
is
His
that
family.
reason? That is what I'm asking you. Why? What is that reason?
In the same sense as you eventually have a family with two
But
kids
I'm
and want to.
imperfect. That's what I'm trying to get. Like, I'm imperfect. So for me to try and further my line, to expand, to make my family make better humans, makes sense. But God can't make better gods.
I
He's
think
according to
Stacks,
you anyway.
in no ways do you
Mhm.
disprove God's existence with that kind of line of argument or
I
reasoning.
I think I do, but that's not what's in the book. The book is a better argument.
No, I mean,
Mhm.
anyway, I mean, what you are
Right.
bringing forward, in my understanding,
Mhm.
doesn't in any way or disprove God's existence. What would do it if you would come up with a good
Right.
explanation how the physical universe, the physical laws, its fine tuning,
Right.
the origin of life,
Right. The fine tuning.
biodiversity,
Right. Right. Mhm.
um,
So we're going to stick with
consciousness.
the
Can I finish,
right.
please? How
Sure.
consciousness and morality, all these things could have emerged without a creator. If you would have come to my stream and given me a
Mhm.
consistent, rational, logical,
Mhm.
plausible explanation in regards of all
Right.
those things, and basically once you remove an intelligent creator from the equation, all you have
Mhm.
left is chance, which is not
Right.
even a mechanism. It is just a statistical calculation about
So
randomness making some things. So you are empty-handed. You have no mechanism to explain our
no,
existence,
that
Stacks.
no, it's not about explaining our existence. That's not the issue. The issue
That's
is, does
the
your God
issue.
exist?
No,
Right.
that's
And
the
you can't
issue.
explain why your God exists
Once,
either.
but well,
So,
no, that's another
or
question.
why
But
the
the thing
universe
is,
exists. Why does
if
the
you
universe
have,
exist? You don't know either.
okay, listen,
Right. Your
Stacks,
answer is just as logically nonsensical.
if you have
More
a
so.
chain of events,
Mhm. And what
do
is your
they
chain
need
of
a,
evidence?
okay, do they need a starting point? Yes or no?
I don't know. We don't
Of
know. We don't
course
have
they
the answer to
do.
that.
Of
Your
course they
God
do.
doesn't. Your God
Because
doesn't.
yes, because he lives in a
So,
non
of course he
in a
does.
time. God lives in a timeless dimension, which is not
How
a
do you know
dimension where,
this?
because time was created at the Big Bang. You don't know this?
No, I know that.
Okay, so
Mhm.
beyond the physical universe, there was no time, but something
Right.
had to actually cause the
No.
universe into
How do you know
existence.
that?
Oh, so
How do
nothing
you
has
know
causal
that?
powers?
We don't know that. We don't
No,
know.
no. Of
We don't
course we
know.
know. Can something
We
come
do?
from nothing? Yes.
We do? We know that before time, that there was something before time?
Staks, let me ask you, can something come
say
from
that
nothing?
again. Say there's something before time.
I didn't say that.
I want to hear you say that out loud.
No, I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. My question is, can something come from nothing? Yes or no?
We don't know.
Of course we do. What is nothing? Yes. What is nothing?
We don't know what nothing is actually.
Of course we do.
According to Lawrence Krauss, it seems like nothing isn't really nothing.
No, that's bullshit. I'm asking you about the ontological nothing. What is the contrary of something?
We don't know.
Of course we do. Nothing is the contrary of something.
But we don't know that that exists.
Of course it doesn't exist. There was never a state of affairs of absolute nothing. That's my whole point.
We don't know that.
Of course we do.
You're asking about things that you don't possibly know, and you're claiming to know that.
Of course. Right? Do you expect that white elephants pop out in your room just from nothing?
No, I don't think
so.
Oh,
good. So, but you expect that the universe just popped out of nothing from nothing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you believe
because we
that?
see it happen. We see it happen in our own universe.
Oh,
yes,
really?
We've seen universes popping out of existence. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That is becoming a really fun conversation, Staks. I love it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that is theoretical physics right now. We do know that happens. Yes.
Oh, really? So explain it to me, please.
Well, that's not my area of expertise.
But you believe it.
But I'm telling you that
But you believe it.
Cosmologists, yes.
So you believe anything that cosmologists claim?
No, but I believe that they have more expertise on that matter than I do.
Oh, so they have expertise that nothing can create something, right?
They are saying that universes pop in and out of existence in our universe.
Wow, amazing. I love to hear that.
Which is why I said earlier that it is plausible that possibly we have a meta-universe of some kind, but we don't know because we only know up to a certain point in our universe.
Okay, Staks, that has been really fun. I loved it, especially the last 5 minutes. There are some people which would like to join our stream. If you want to,
it is getting kind of late. I'll give like 10 more minutes. If people want to join, they can ask some questions. I'll field some questions for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll put the link here. Anyone that wants to join our conversation. To tell you that, Staks, I've seen very commonly atheists having difficulty to understand nothing. I understand that it is difficult to understand nothing because we have never experienced nothing. But
then how do you know nothing exists?
Right, but absolutely nothing is simply a state of affairs of nothing existing. And obviously something cannot come from nothing.
Right,
and
but see, the thing is,
can.
In our universe, we can't experience nothing. Like even the vacuum of space is something. So we're still trying to figure out what nothing is. I mean, I get on a philosophical level the idea of nothing, but to our knowledge in our universe, that is just not a state of affairs that actually exists. It's not something. Nothing is actually something in our universe. So we don't really have, aside from the philosophical concept, it's not really a thing.
Yes, but science is very clear that the universe had a finite beginning 14 billion
years and you're asking what came before the beginning.
No, I'm
saying
asking
that question is nonsensical.
I didn't ask that.
Right, but you're saying how did the universe begin? What caused it? Cause and effect are a temporal function. Do you agree that the cause? No.
Not
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi, Rebecca.
What is your question? How you doing?
Oh, wait. Good. But I don't want to jump in. I'm just going to wait until you guys
please
are done
jump
with
in.
this topic. Well, Staks, I mean, I have to say, like, I listen to a lot of atheists talk, and you're quite frustrating.
Okay.
Because, I mean, the positions that you're taking are just, I mean, they're utterly ridiculous. And so, I mean,
that's funny. Okay.
But I mean, we would have to like go back to the beginning of the conversation. I guess I have, let me think through what I really want to pick on you about. Okay. But I will say this, I agree with you about hell. And so I think you're making a valid point about hell as, you know, torture, but I still think it's
I haven't even got to heaven being torture. That's another conversation.
Well, but I think it's foolish still to, like, as a human being, think that you can tell God what justice is, right? So, like, I mean, I don't believe in hell, but like, I still think as a human, when I did believe in hell, I still recognized that, like, I'm a human being and like, I'm dealing with a being who creates galaxies, who like made the sun. Like, I am going to tell that being what's just and good. That's insane.
Right. That goes back to my Euthyphro question, right? Which is, does God define good and evil, or is he merely the interpreter of what good and evil is? And how would you fall on that?
Well, you know, I thought Otangelo was expressing, you know, just fine. God is, and I don't know if this is exactly how he expressed it, but
yeah, I'm not sure he gave a real answer on that.
Okay, well, I would say God is good, and he's the source of goodness. He's how we know what is good. And now this was exactly.
So again, does he define what is good, or does he interpret what is
he
good?
Doesn't need to define it. He doesn't. He is what is good.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, is something good because God says it is, or does he say it is because it is good?
He says it is because it is good.
Okay, so you're saying that morality is defined outside of God, and God just has a better understanding of it than we do. That I can get behind.
Well,
I get that. I get that.
But I'm not saying it's outside of God, because without God, there is no such thing as good or bad. Like,
well, I'm saying
if you're a cosmic accident, if you're a cosmic accident, and this is what's incredibly frustrating. This is why I was in the chat saying, look, I don't believe in hell, Staks, but you're making me want to put you there. Be glad I'm not God. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But no, I'm just joking.
Okay.
But look,
I love talking about torturing people.
Yeah. Okay, but look, if if we are cosmic accidents, then you might think that compassion is good. You might think being kind to people is good. But if I think raping people is good, if I think killing you and stealing all your stuff is good, there is no cosmic accident that can tell me that that is wrong.
So, yeah, there is, right? So, gravity, is a force, right? We drop something, it falls. But you're saying if we're a cosmic accident, then we don't have to obey the laws of gravity.
The laws of gravity don't submit to us, right? That's outside of us.
What I'm saying is this. Morality is a function of our society, that we can't have morals in a vacuum. The fact that we are creatures and there are other creatures, humans and non-humans, we have to figure out, we feel the empathy, and we have to find a way to have a contract with each other for the betterment of all of us. So as we, for humans, as we mature, we figure out better ways to be moral, better ways to, we enclose more people in our sphere of empathy. So back in the day, we didn't see people who weren't our neighbors as, the same moral worth as we see our neighbors. We didn't see women in the same view as we do today. Some of us don't see gay people in the same way that others do. So what I'm saying is that morality is an evolving concept as far as our understanding of it. Now,
but Staks,
right.
you're avoiding the question. Now,
Which
what
is
if, well, what if half of humanity agreed with you?
Right.
And the other half of humanity said this, okay?
Right.
Evolution. The best thing for evolution is if we kill the weak. We want
Right.
the strongest. We want the best.
Right.
And our morals are that killing off the weak people
Right.
is actually better for us as a whole.
Right.
Okay.
And then that would be wrong.
And
right. They would be wrong.
Who would say it's wrong?
I would.
But
so
you're
opinion.
a cosmic accident. So why does anybody care what you think?
Like I said,
why does anybody care?
Because we have empathy, and morality is
but
an
if I don't
outgrowth of
have
our
it,
empathy and compassion.
But
right.
if I don't have empathy,
I'll go even further. I'll say even Hitler had empathy. His empathy was just misplaced. And as humans evolve further and further, our moral sense evolves further and further. And not every human is on the cutting edge of morality. Obviously, we have a lot of people in the United States right now, and probably in other countries as well, that are not at the moral pinnacle of where we're at. I might not be. I think I am, but that's my opinion. But over time, we see our society having a progression of a better understanding of morality. Now, morality is not an easy topic. There are libraries filled with books on ethics. Philosophers have spilled a lot of ink on the subject long before Christianity, and we are continuing to evolve our sense of ethics. But to say that
what is
because not everybody agrees, therefore anything is permissible, is just nonsense.
But Staks, what is the metric to say that our morals today, they are more evolved than 5,000 years ago, let's say?
And I told you it's our sense of empathy and compassion.
But but let's suppose let's suppose the Papuas in New Guinea, they think that eating their neighbors is moral. It is because it is good for their tribe.
Is that empathy and compassion network there? No. If they made a case for that, then they would have an argument to be made.
But who sets the standard?
And then we can have that conversation.
Staks, who sets the standard that having empathy is something to pursue, that it is good? Who says that?
It's not a standard. That's how it is. That's how it's defined. So, for instance,
though? By a cosmic accident?
By us, yes. We're defining it.
As but if the Papuas disagree with you,
that's how we survive and thrive. That's evolution, right? So, for instance,
this is what's frustrating. You know what? I feel like there's like a mental block here. It's not just you, Staks.
Yeah, I agree. There is a mental block.
No, it's not just you.
But it's so when we were talking about morality, you were saying that morality comes from God, and that by purpose behind the question that I asked earlier and that Phil had asked, whether or not you would kill your child, is whether or not it's not a question of, would God ask you to do that or whatever. It's a question of where your morality comes from. So if you believe your morality comes from God, as you claim it does, then of course the answer would be, if God said to do it, you would do it without hesitation. It wouldn't even be a question. But the fact that you're even thinking about ways out of the question shows me that that ethics doesn't come from God, but ethics is something else.
No, Staks.
No, how so?
What you're not understanding is that that thing that you're feeling that makes it a dilemma. That
it's not a dilemma for me.
Well,
it's not a dilemma for me.
The dilemma
I would not
that
kill
you're
my child.
Okay, but what would make it a dilemma is that feel right. Well, okay, you wouldn't kill your child, but the thing in you that tells you not to kill your child, that itself comes from God. Okay. It comes from God. So you can't say that just because someone would have a dilemma about that means their morals are from outside of God. No, they're using what God gave them to
Right.
make a decision, and
But-
that would be a
but
difficult
here-
decision. Yeah.
But it still has that problem that you're running into with how do you know what God really wants? You're saying you have that moral sense, but do you really, if you wrestle with moral problems, some people come down on different sides of it. If God is that
Yes.
sense, it would be perfect, and we would all be doing the moral thing unless we choose to do something which we know is immoral. But when people do immoral things, they don't necessarily know they're doing immoral things.
Mm-hmm.
Does
Yeah,
that
but
make
there's
sense?
absolutely, but there's a couple of
That sometimes
factors
it
there.
is.
Sometimes we have to weigh, sometimes it's not just black and white, what is right and wrong.
That's
Sometimes
exactly
there are factors that you have to weigh, and
Mhm.
some people may weigh factors more heavily based on, you know what I mean? So
based on what? Based on your intuition,
their
from God.
experiences. Yeah. And I mean,
but see, that's my point. If there's like, if you have intuitions from God, it should be perfect, right? Because God is perfect. And you're saying people have different interpretations based on their own, and now morality is just whatever you think God wants you to do. And that's not really morality. It's just relative nonsense.
well, but God didn't give us a perfect download. He,
And
we
why
are
didn't
not.
he?
I am not God.
Actually, he
Opengelo's
kind of did.
not
He
God.
did. According to Christianity, didn't he give us a perfect download in the Bible? I mean, that's the whole point, right?
Well, I don't think that's a perfect download. I think it's a revelation of who he is and his interactions with humanity.
So let me ask you this.
I mean, half the Bible is like listing off names and numbers, and I mean, like,
Right.
So
Boredom populated by absurdity.
what I'm saying is like,
yeah.
well, no, I wouldn't agree with that, but it's the history of God and humanity. So it's not a and there are times in there when people have dilemmas and different dynamics happening. So like God, he made us to be dynamic beings, like that actually have power. We have a will. We have our own minds. He didn't just install his mind into our minds.
But if he was perfect, why wouldn't he give us that perfect download?
Well, you're assuming that you know what like God would want to do, right? Like, why would you assume that the ideal thing for God would
Well, there is no ideal thing for God because he's perfect. Right? So again, it comes to
hey, Rebecca, you guys are kind of going around in circles here for a second. I got a couple questions.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, go for it.
So Staks, are you...
Who am I talking to?
Dorothy. When you're in conversation with Otangelo, so I just want to clarify exactly. So you said you're a agnostic atheist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I bought your book while you guys were talking. I read the whole thing.
Awesome. Yeah, sure. It's easy
I don't
to read.
think you came off in any way, shape, form, or fashion as an agnostic atheist in your book. So,
okay.
And moreover, it's entirely...
I think I actually had a section in there specifically about that.
I'll just quote right here. More threats from a deity that I still don't even believe exists. So you have a master's in philosophy, correct?
Yes.
So would you say that is a not or without utilization in context of atheism?
Right.
So are you without
I still don't believe that
are you without a belief,
exists.
or
That's
do you
correct.
reject?
Right. I do not believe that deity exists. Correct.
Okay, cool. So that would be, and see, let's feel more. The argument is simple and not very intimidating. Still, I'm making a bold claim here. I am claiming to disprove the existence of a deity. That is a challenge. I am throwing down the gauntlet and daring religious believers.
Yep.
Okay, so you're stating that that's not a formal rejection if you're initiating a positive...
Oh, it is. Oh, it absolutely is.
Okay, cool. So that would completely negate the entire premise of agnostic atheism, correct?
No, because yes and no.
Yes,
yes and no.
So,
right.
Now, moreover, is your book about atheism? Hang on, one more question. Is your book about atheism, or is your book about rejection of the Christian God?
No, it's not just rejection of the Christian God. It's the God as I defined it.
I get that, but everything in your 5 points is about specifically about the Christian God, and you Darth Vader.
No, most of it is. Most of it is.
Throwing a little bit of Odin and a few other things, but everything else is about
the fourth point is that we just don't know.
You're referencing Elijah and the bears and and hell.
Right, because I understand my audience is going to be primarily a Christian audience.
So
but the first part of the if I may,
you formally reject the entire existence of any God or only the Christian?
Any God that is defined by the three characteristics I point out in the first part.
Okay, but what evidence did you actually put forth that would disprove the existence of, other than the fact that you don't like things about the Christian God in the way he's described?
No, did you read the first half of the book?
I read all 52 pages, buddy.
Okay, yeah. So the first half of the book, right? I mean, a lot of gods apply to that. Like I use Bible verses. I use Bible verses to support those claims.
Right.
But they're not necessary.
If you're trying to say it's about other gods, then why is almost every single reference in the entire book about the Christian God?
Yeah, because I live in America, and 80% of America is Christian.
Okay, cool. Then it wouldn't be anything about God in a general sense. It would be about I'm talking about in terms of your evidence, buddy. Not what you're trying to claim or you're trying to spin it to now. I'm talking about what you put in your book. Your content,
what I put in my book.
Your arguments are about the Christian
God. In my book, I talk about how this definition fits many gods. I'm using the Bible to support the claims for my Christian audience, but it just as easily applies to the Islamic God.
All your arguments are nothing but reasons why you don't like the Christian God, not why the Christian God may or may not exist.
No, I think the first one does.
Well, why don't you explain to me how it does? Because I literally just read through this thing. And, you talk about Sam Harris, and you talk about some other stuff. Then you jump into Vader and the Vader seminar and all these other different things. And I read the book, buddy. And
good.
It's,
good for you.
I mean, the reason I'm asking you if you're an agnostic atheist or not, or if you're a weak or a strong atheist, or a global or local.
I don't really care what term you use.
Like, which one are you? Well, why? If you wrote a book that's supposedly about why you should be an atheist, you didn't do anything in your book about why no God could possibly exist. You talked about why you don't have a Christian. That's it.
John, he is definitely not a strong atheist. He has to demonstrate. I asked him, how can we explain our existence without God? He has no answer. So he's basically about rejecting the biblical God. He doesn't like him because of morals and this kind of stuff. But,
that's true too. But that has nothing to do with this.
So let's get to one of your
5 out of 8 reasons. The fourth reason was that we don't know.
So one of your foundational premises in here was that evolution explains our existence, basically, and therefore we can dismiss the premise of a creator being unique, correct?
It's not entirely accurate, but okay.
Well, I mean, what part about it? Well, no.
Rephrase that again.
If you're saying that's not accurate, then clarify, please.
Okay, rephrase what you're saying. I missed it.
Okay, so in your book, you make the statement that, I'm paraphrasing here, basically, because of evolution, we know that the concept of the creator being needed can be ignored or rejected.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
Okay, so
that aspect has been taken care of.
Okay, so do you think that evolution actually has anything to do with the origin of life?
What was it?
So you actually think that evolution has anything to do with the origin of life?
Yeah. Evolution has to do with how life changes over time.
Yeah, but that has zero to do with where life came from.
Right.
Okay, so how does evolution in any way, shape, form, or fashion negate the origin of life? Versus,
I'm not a cosmologist. I'm not.
So that's not cosmology. That's basic.
Right, but that's not my area. I'm not a bioevolutionist either.
Okay, so
my area of expertise.
Okay, well, let's think about this then. So in your book is one of your a core component of how you can reject the premise of a creator, something that you don't know about, is put forth as a piece of evidence as to why you can reject God outright. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I would say. I'd say that that's one piece of a puzzle. I don't know if I would say that's the entire thing there. That's concrete slam dunk. No, I think the first part of the first half of the book slam dunks it. I think the second half of the book is just me poking fun at stuff.
Okay, so how do you explain our you and I having this conversation right now from a existence perspective?
I don't need to explain it. I don't understand why would you need to explain that.
Okay, so you think you can disprove the necessity of a God, a creator, but you don't need to know anything about it.
Right. Well, no, I do need to know something about it. I define that God very specifically.
No. I'm talking about our existence, our very existence.
Right.
You're saying that we don't need to explain or have an explanation for how we actually exist.
Correct. We don't need to know that.
Okay, so
it'd be nice. It'd be great. I would love to.
So you think that not knowing it is evidence? Not knowing something is evidence in favor of rejecting something else?
No.
Well, you just said that. You literally.
No, I said that just because I don't know something doesn't mean that.
And then I asked you. And then I asked you clearly. So you think we don't need to know anything? And you said no.
The monkey with the milk, right? The monkey with the milk story with my son, right? So the monkey with the milk story. Just because my son tells me a monkey with the milk spilled the milk, I don't need to disprove, that it's late. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I can reject one view without having another view. So I can say one argument is one possibility is completely ridiculous without saying I know for a fact what the answer is. So let me more simply.
Well, I understand all that, but I'm asking. Right. I'm not asking
so
about
if you
something
say,
that's not. Hang on, bro. I'm not asking about something that's not significant. I'm asking about the fundamentals, i.e., our very existence, to which you're saying you don't think you need to know much about it.
No, I think we do need to know.
In order to reach a conclusion as to the having the evidentiary support to reject an explanation.
Right. I don't think we need to know the answer in order to reject a different answer.
Okay, so do you not know the differentiation between abiogenesis and evolution?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, so it's two fundamentally different things. You've got the origin of life, and then you have evolution. It's two completely different things. Okay. Right. So, as it
again, I'm not on the cutting edge of that science. So,
well, I understand that, but I wouldn't be writing books if I didn't know basics of what are the current premises of how do we.
I'm not writing a book on
No, you wrote a book on why you can reject the potential necessity of
I did.
Right, and you would. Are you still saying that having a semblance of understanding about how we exist to even have this conversation, you don't think that's something that would be worthwhile to know?
I think it is absolutely worthwhile to know.
But per your own admission, you don't know jack diddly squat about it, correct?
Nobody does.
About where we currently
about how humans
from an evidentiary
how life began on this planet.
Okay, so you were a precision machinist, correct?
No, I was not.
I thought that's what it said at the beginning of your book.
No, I worked in a machine shop.
Okay,
but I was not a machinist.
Okay, well, what did you do in that role?
I worked as management.
As a what?
Management.
Okay. When your guys were doing work on the floor, I'm assuming if you're doing like custom machining and stuff, you guys had CAD files and such you were working with to. Okay. Do you think it is remotely plausible that any of those files could create themselves without the necessity of an intelligent agent being in existence prior to?
No.
Okay.
This is basically the argument of design.
Do you think that the machines which were utilized to
watchmaker argument?
No, I'm not going to watchmaker.
But that's what it is.
No, it's not.
You're just okay.
No, it's not. If you let me finish, okay.
All right, go ahead.
Do you think that the machines which expressed those CAD files could ever come into existence by themselves?
No.
Okay. Do you think that code and digital data could ever come into existence without the intelligent?
No.
Okay. So if you don't think that's possible, then how do you think that without an intelligent agent that the digital code which enables you and I to have this conversation come into existence?
Right. So it's not the argument by design. Completely different.
I just asked you a question, buddy.
Right.
Per your submission that none of that stuff would create itself.
Right.
How does the digital code, which enables you and I to have this conversation, exist without an intelligent agent?
We do have an intelligent agent. It's called intelligent design.
I'm asking you a very direct question, dude. How do you explain how
and I told you
an intelligent agent?
Right.
Staks, do you know what staggers me every time when I have a conversation with atheists? When I ask them the same questions that John just asked you.
Right.
And they say categorically the same thing that you say as well. It is very clear that codes come from intelligence, that machines come from intelligence.
Right. You know why they come? You know why? Because we've created them.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Because
So we know,
intelligence, yes, because intelligence is necessary to do all these things.
So if you saw
now, Staks, let me finish here, please. Now, when we make an analogy to the natural world, where we see the exact same things, but in a far more sophisticated manner, and ask, do you think these things can come by naturally? Then the atheist says, yes, of course, it's evolution. It just happens, it's chance, and we have the odds, they are sufficient. So that's not rational, that's not logical.
Right. So
I mean, the watchmaker argument has never been refuted.
No, never. You can Google that one.
Okay.
So anyway, let me try to answer your question. You want me to answer the question? Let me answer the question.
Yeah, John. Let us ask. Just let him answer the question. Go ahead.
So if you're walking down the beach and you see a smooth rock, right? Would you assume that rock was created by a person?
I didn't ask about analog. I asked about digital. So, is the
I'm asking you a question.
You're dodging my question. Dude, you're dodging my question. Digital data which is expressed via code. Do you think that make any difference? Yeah, okay. Right. Do you think that a digital code could create itself without an intelligent agent? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So, do you affirm or deny that the genetic code is a digital quaternary code base?
I have no idea. Again, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, so if it is, hang on, if it is a recognized quaternary digital code base,
you're talking about defining things by arbitrary definitions.
What's arbitrary about source to target alphabet? Do you understand what source to target alphabet?
I have no idea what that even means,
okay,
dude.
Cool. Dude,
so you're asking me about things that are not my expertise.
This is like for third grade. Okay, Morse code. Right. Is Morse code dots and dashes?
Wait.
Yes. Hang on, Rebecca. Hang on.
Okay.
Is Morse code dots and dashes?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, yes.
And do they represent letters of the alphabet or words potentially? If you want to go block coding.
As far as I know, they represent letters of the alphabet.
Okay, cool.
But
now,
again, that's not.
Now, if you use electricity or light or tapping on a wall in order to express the dots and dashes, which now represent that are equal to letters of the English alphabet, for example.
It's been like 2 hours. Get to your point, man. Get to your point.
I'm trying to explain something to you that you're categorically rejecting. Okay, so do you recognize what I mean by that now?
Right now, I feel that you're filibustering the argument.
I just gave you said you didn't know what code was. I'm trying to explain it to you. So, does the medium?
My point is, it doesn't matter here. It's not relevant to the conversation. So you're asking the watchmaker argument, and I'm trying to give you an answer to it, and you're trying to dress it up into a more complex form to filibuster the conversation.
You just said you don't understand what code is, so I'm trying to explain.
I don't. I'm not a programmer.
John, can you explain something for me, or Droid C? If I guess I heard Otangelo call you John, but Droid C. I would like to understand, and I'm on your side, of course, but I would like to know what is the difference. Can you explain to me what is the difference between what you're explaining and the watchmaker argument?
The watchmaker.
Without filibustering the conversation, like it made you got 30 seconds.
Do you want responses, or do you want us to interrupt everybody like you did to Angelo for 2 hours?
I've been here for 2 hours. I said 10 minutes ago, a half an hour ago.
Well, then leave.
I'm giving you time.
You don't have the CO Jones to actually stack up.
But you're filibustering the conversation, and you're not letting me get a word in.
Because you don't know what the hell I'm talking about per your own admission.
You're right. I don't. But you don't know what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up and trying to throw stuff in the conversation.
Dude, an mRNA sequence is a 3D print script. It's exact comparison. You have X, Y, and Z axis, element, and time variables.
This has to do with what we're talking about. How? Get to the
question
point.
I asked you earlier, which you agreed with me originally, was: can digital data create itself?
Answer the question. Yes or no?
I
don't know what you mean by digital data. so I can't answer that question.
You don't
Assuming
know what digital
computer programming, I don't know if computer programming can create itself. I would say probably not.
Do you know what binary is? Do you know what binary is?
Binary ones and zeros.
Okay, and then you know what ASCII is, or Unicode?
No, that I don't know.
Okay, that's the sequences of zeros and ones that represent letters.
Are we going to get to the point? Are we going to get to the point? Are you going to filibuster? Because it's been 2 hours. I got to go.
So what do you think the genetic code is?
I don't know what the genetic code is.
It's a digital code.
Okay, it's a digital code. What's your point?
So let's go back to the original question I asked you, which you said you didn't think so. So do you think that digital code can create itself, yes or no?
I don't think computer program code can create itself.
No, we're talking about digital code.
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
This is why I was trying to explain source and target alphabets.
Okay.
That is what we're talking
why don't you just say, does DNA create itself?
No, we're not talking about DNA.
Why don't you just say that? Because that's what you're trying to say.
We're talking about the genetic code, which is different than just...
Is the genetic code create itself? Why don't you just say that instead of going on for half an hour about digital and analog and AXI?
Because I was trying to...
I don't understand why you're trying to filibuster the conversation.
The majority of
when you could have just gotten to the point.
Who are activists.
You wasted a half an hour of our time when I only gave you 10 minutes.
To have all of these
now you're on my time, dude. Now you're on my time.
About their own
you're right. I don't know jack shit about programming. I don't. That's not my area of expertise.
I know nothing's your area of expertise. You're a philosopher. You don't know about cosmology. What's the Kalam, buddy? What's the Kalam cosmological argument? You don't know the Kalam? You're a master's in philosophy. You don't think the Kalam is a cosmological argument?
I talked about that already, dude. We already went through that conversation, like at the start of this.
Okay, so you don't think that you need to know anything about cosmology?
It's now 2 o'clock. It's now midnight my time. I gotta go. All right, I've given 2 hours for this interview. Way more than I expected.
Hey, Yoda says you're
filibustered the last half hour, 40 minutes.
John,
I'm sorry. My time is running.
I'll quick, John.
If you have some
Staks, you want to leave? I want to give final word. First of all,
here's my book. He wasn't impressed by it today. I think he'll be impressed by it later. That's my view. It's $6.66.
You could label me as an agnostic.
Can you mute, please? Can you mute,
please? Give me a minute, please. Give me a minute, please, John. Let him give his final words.
It costs $6.66 and possibly your immortal soul. I think it's funny. I urge you to buy it. I can field questions through email if you like. Follow-up questions through email.
Okay, Staks. Yes, I want to thank you for coming to my stream. I appreciate it. And you're welcome to come again if you like to be with us.
I would. The only one I had an issue with is John over here because he filibustered time and didn't really.
Hey, your lack of IQ points doesn't have anything to do with me filibustering, bro.
Yeah, it does. You wasted a half hour of time without even.
Yeah, because you weren't listening to what I was saying because I was trying to dumb things down to kindergarten level.
Okay, good job. Good job with that.
Have a good night, Staks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I had fun for the first hour and a half of it. The last half hour, not so much. I think that was ridiculous.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye. And Rebecca, I had a great time talking to you. You're very insightful.
Thank you.
And Antangelo, very nice. All right. I wish I got to talk to Jungle over here. I didn't get a chance for him. I apologize for that. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
I guess if you wanted to get technical about it, you could label me as an agnostic atheist. But for all practical reasons, I'm reasonably certain that God does not exist. Well, there's like stuff throughout his entire book where he categorically rejects the entire premise of God, but then he wants to claim he's an agnostic atheist. What a freaking joke.
Yeah. John, do you have to say something about what you just heard? What is your opinion about conversations? Jungle, are you here?
What was that?
Yeah, what was your opinion?
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Yeah. So what was your opinion about the conversations?
Oh, it was just a regular atheist lie, and they move their position all over the place trying to defend what they can't even prove. I mean, atheism isn't even a thing disprove. I mean, it's not even a position. And all they do is attack our position. And they don't have a position of their own, like you were saying. They don't have a substitute, alternate position. All they do is just mock and poke and make fun.
You know, I had great fun when I saw him propagandizing his book and saying, I have proofs that God doesn't exist. I said, well, I love to hear these proofs, you know, and I was expecting that he wouldn't be able to provide any. And actually, what he actually came up with was pretty much what I expected. Basically, just denying God's existence, but not providing good explanations how we can exist without a creator. And that is what atheists have to provide if they want to provide a better worldview or a more compelling one where we can exist without God. And they have, I mean, if he cannot explain the difference between abiogenesis and evolution, then I think this pretty much tells it all.
John, I still wanted to hear what you were trying to say.
Hey, evolution through natural selection has explained how human beings evolved over time from a common ancestry of other primates. The discovery of natural selection as the mechanism for evolutionary change closed a huge gap in our understanding, a gap previously filled by God. This dude doesn't know a freaking thing about his arguments, man. A master's in philosophy, I'm calling bovine scatology on that one. That is just strict.
I don't even think.
I don't know if I believe that one. I don't know anything about cosmology. Like, bro, cosmology is like a major, and defense of cosmological arguments from knowledge of theoretical physics is basically a starting point in philosophy in the modern era. I mean, every philosopher I've heard always tries to support their cosmological arguments with scientific data. And just be like, well, I don't know anything about that. Like, you wrote a book? Come on now. Sorry, Rebecca, you were asking me a question.
Well, I still want to hear the point you were making. I mean, I understand the point you were making about, the genetic code. But I want to understand, he was insisting that you were making the watchmaker argument and you were saying, no, I'm not. So I want to understand what the argument you're making, how it's different than the watchmaker argument.
Well, the standard talking point from the atheists these days is that we wouldn't actually be able to differentiate. Basically, we live in a universe of watches. Therefore, we can't actually determine what would have to be made by a watchmaker. That's their like standard supposed rejection of the watchmaker argument in conjunction with it kind of builds upon like the puddle analogy of, well, if you're a puddle of water in a hole and you're like, I guess this hole was made for me. I mean, of course, they're applying consciousness to freaking water, which is dumb in of itself. But basically, they're saying that we can just reject everything that would potentially be evidence for the watchmaker because if the universe wasn't like this and it wasn't all made out of watches, therefore we wouldn't be able to actually. And I'm getting an echo from somebody. Now, in the context of why I'm saying you can't just stop at everything's made of. Initially it was the reason I was trying to see if he actually understood what the heck I was talking about in relation to what is digital code. I was using the analogy or the comparison of CAD files on the precision machinery and the machine tools that he worked with professionally, and asking, do you think any of these things create itself? And he said, no. And then it's like, okay, well then if all of those things are necessary and things of a much greater level of complexity and precision and advancement technologically are necessary for us to have this very conversation on a biological sense, and it's all digital data, and you just said that you don't think digital data can create itself, then how do you explain the digital data that enables life to exist if there was no preceding intelligent agent necessary? And if there's a preceding intelligent agent that is necessary, then you have, by default, not debunked God. You have not, whether you're arguing against the Christian God or any other God, you have not debunked God if it is the rational conclusion based on your own statement of that these things could not exist without an intelligent agent. Well, if they do, and we didn't exist when they came into being, how do you explain them without a preceding intelligent agent if the rational conclusion is that they couldn't exist without one. And this is where the atheists usually either do stupid crap like he did and claims ignorance and or you're filibustering, all this other kind of stuff, or I don't understand or whatever. Or they scream, it's analogy, it's analogy. And when, as Otangelo and I know full well, there is a ridiculous number of papers, which we can pull up in 2 seconds, where they go into great detail about how it is literal code. It is not analogy. It is, close to, quote, governed by the laws of physics and chemistry, but not created by them. And
yeah, it is analogous to what we do when we make a translation book, and then we have the meaning of one word like chair in English, which means shizi in Chinese, and the translation book makes that translation. And the genetic code is precisely that. It is a cipher. It is like a translation book where you translated 64 codons to 20 amino acids. That's analogous. And when you have an analogous phenomena and of one you know the source and the other you don't know the source, then it is logical that you can say that the one which you don't know the source does have to have a same mechanism or originator as the one that you know the source. And that's precisely what we are saying, that the genetic code is best explained by intelligence, which set up that assignment of meaning of codons, which are in literal sense words, to the amino acids. Assignment of meaning only comes from intelligence. It isn't simply set up by random chance.
There's been papers going. There's been experiments going on. Oh, sorry, Antonio, go ahead.
And worse, they then come with the cop out. Oh, but I don't understand biochemistry. I don't understand genetic code and so forth. But what I just explained is something that a 12-year-old understands. That is not rocket science. Go ahead, John.
And there's been experiments.
Light years ahead of watch.
Go ahead, Jungle. I'll pause.
Well, yeah, it was light years ahead of a watch. I mean, the watch is analog. It steers. It doesn't have any programming. Doesn't have any instruction. And genetic code does have all those things.
Exactly, and there's been experiments going back to the 70s. With this express purpose of, like, they knew that there was syntax, and then it was, oh well, there's just syntax. We'll figure out some, stochastic chemistry reason for why it all happens. And then they realized, oh great, there's semantics. And then further experiments, they realized there was pragmatics. So you now have a code that has syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. It controls X, Y, and Z axis plus element plus time variable. That's literally what a 3D print script does. And it's in a machine code. It's a 3-to-1. It's a 3-to-1 code. I mean, like, when you think about, like, ASCII, for example, it's 8-to-1, right? Like a 7 and then 8 digit for the like.
Jungle, you're echoing. Can you mute, please?
I think it is Jungle Jargon, which is echoing.
So when you look at like what is happening in controlling a 3D printer, which is the ribosome, there's actually papers on this calling the ribosome a 3D printer, doing a direct comparison. But then you fast forward, we've known this for decades at this point. Then you fast forward to last 10 years, and we found the time variable. And then now in like the last 5 years, we've discovered that there's a multiplexed actually a multiplex code, and it's actually sending more than one message simultaneously in the same code string, which is freaking nuts. And the reason I say this is it's not been until relatively recently that humans had developed technology to the extent that we even thought about, can we create multiplex codes? And then somebody's like, I wonder if this exists in the genetic code. So they go look, and turns out it's right there. Oh, and by the way, the logic behind it and the way the syntax works, it's better than what we'd come up with. So when you start to look at these different, and there's many more components to all this I'm talking about, but when you just look at this on the surface level of like, Get out of town, man. So you're telling me the digital code that results in a three-dimensional object. So you have a linear string of digital data that turns into a preset, pre-programmed three-dimensional object with a specific function. And you're telling me that it's more rational to conclude that an intelligent agent was not necessary for that to exist than for it to. I mean, like, come on, man. Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. And then you're getting into like things like the helicase, and the other one's like 100,000 RPMs. You kidding me? Some freaking motor? You got a little, and now, and Tangela, I think you read some papers on this, but the latest stuff with microtubules both being structural and transportational, and the asynchronous versions being able to perform quantum computer computations. Like, come on, man. You're telling me that we've got quantum computation going on, and you don't think that that's remotely in the fate? Like, we're going, as Jungle said, we're way past the freaking watch found in the yard thing.
I don't know if you have read that, John, but on microtubules there is also a code which directs the kinesin proteins to their target. I mean, how do you explain that by natural means? That has to be pre-programmed. I mean, each protein has to be in the right place in the cell. And if you don't program that right from the beginning, how do you get that?
Well, and even if you allow for some modifications, it's not remotely coherent to think, in my opinion, that those modifications could happen without pre-programmed capacity for the equivalent of artificial intelligence to be creating a dynamics computation system, which is what we observe. And there's papers out the wazoo on the fact that it's a dynamic computation system. And then we have idiots that are running around on YouTube claiming that it's just chemical reactions and there's no computation, when there's papers out the yin-yang on that exact topic.
I mean, just to think about that, the protein strand comes out of the ribosome, it is tagged, and then it is shuttled in a literal sense to its destination, and the tag recognizes where the destination is. That is a GPS system on a molecular level. And you tell me that this came about by natural, unguided, non-intelligent means?
Well, Tangela, I know you read this paper, but the Hubert Yaki, I think it was his 1989 paper. He does the whole analysis of how those things you're referring to are the direct comparison to human zip codes, and not just the initial 5 digits, but like the tack-on additional ones for even more hyper-specific destination information. And for those of you who are listening who don't know this, Vandals are referencing this, but those codes are part of the sequence. Like, the destination address is part of the linear digital sequence that turns into a 3-dimensional object, but very often the destination address is cut off prior to the 3D fold, and then once it gets done, it gets slapped on, so that the transportation robot's nowhere to take it. I mean, this stuff, to me, is so mind-bending when you really contemplate what's happening to enable, the words that come out of my mouth right now. And then I'm going to be told that there's no reason to conclude that God exists. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it is technology at such a high level that we never expected ever to encounter on a level inside of the cell in biochemistry. It is absolutely staggering. And I am, in the last few months, digging deeper into fine-tuning of the universe, and it is as well staggering, and it is absolutely fascinating. When you think about that, the physical constants, they are just randomly, not randomly, they are set, and the constants, they have a number, they have a quantification, which there is no reason why it is the way it is, and only the way it is, it permits that we are here and that there is a life-permitting universe. And of course, cosmologists and physicists, they don't have an explanation. Why is that so? So, I mean, they come to multiverses and bubble universes and all that kind of science fiction stuff to explain God away. But the truth is that in as much in biochemistry as in cosmology and physics, I mean, if you are not biased, then you will be in awe and awe-inspired by seeing God's handiwork. and it's amazing. It's an amazing journey to learn about these things.
Agreed, 100%. Now, I've been, Rebecca's now regretting that she asked me that question after you and I have now gone.
No, I want to know I want to know. It sounds like you have expertise in this, so I'm actually more curious, and I want to. I just so like are you working in this field? Like, are you working in biology?
No. So, short version about me, my background's in tech. I used to own a software development company and did some stuff in startups and such. But anyway, when I started getting intrigued by all this stuff and diving into biology and different things, just out of curiosity, I always wanted to learn. I always like to learn stuff. And anyway, very long story short, the moment I realized that the genetic code was actually digital, machine code, I was extremely intrigued and began reading a bunch of books on it. And the more I dove into it, the more I was like, okay, so this is 3D printing and this is code logic. And, oh, there's the API for this language. And, oh, here's the different language. And there actually is this one. And, oh, my goodness gracious, this is the most badass technology that's ever existed. And I became extremely fascinated by it. And
cool.
Now I like to read papers and stuff, just like Otangelo. We became hyper nerds and like to read stuff about this. But in the context of I got came on YouTube. At the very end of 2019, I randomly came across. I had never really interacted with atheists and such. I was on YouTube. I randomly came across the Atheist Experience, and I was listening to Otangelo actually, and Madil Hunte go back and forth about some stuff. And Otangelo was talking about the factories of the how a cell is a factory, and Matt Dillahunty like categorically rejected it, shut him down, said he was making it up. It was analogies, all this kind of stuff. And of course, I knew full well that that was categorically false. Like what Otangelo was saying was 100% true. And anyway, very long story short, the following week, I was like, well, the rest of that week, I'm like, I'm calling into this show next week. I'm going to let this little joker have it on the fact that DNA or the genetic code, digital code. And anyway, I call in and he like mutes me and says I'm making it up. Those guy finally hangs up on me, right? And I was so pissed off that happened that Matt Dillahunty, and all the atheists on YouTube can thank Matt Dillahunty for being the catalyst to piss me off enough to start engaging on YouTube. And
to start a what on YouTube? Sorry, we're still getting an echo. Can Jungle can you mute yourself? Thank you. So you started a channel?
Yeah, so I started my channel, and then the rest is history on that one. But
what is your channel?
You've been on. It's Logical, Plausible, Probable.
Oh, you're Logical. Oh, okay. See, I didn't recognize it because you've got Droid C here.
Okay, so Droid C is one of my little acronyms I've come up with. It stands for Desperate Rejection of Intelligent Design Condition, and
okay.
I occasionally apply it to different. Let's just say that the Staks guy would be he has Droid C in droves. He also has he has one of the other ones, which is the AFLPC, which is the Atheist Fantasyland Projection Complex, and usually Droid C and AFLPC go together. It's almost guaranteed. But and I've been having fun with the soy boy thing too this past couple weeks. But
okay. Well, all right. So now I understand who you are. I was like, where is this guy coming from? Okay. So cool. And you know what? You said something earlier, Otangelo. Like, this is great that you guys know all this stuff. And I have not really studied biology in depth, but I don't think you have to. Like you said, a child can look at the things that we see around us and recognize that there's a creator. I mean, I don't have to know the inner workings of a cell to just know that, like, if a car cannot assemble itself, then neither can a fox. This is something that like reproduces. It's mobile. It's it has all these working systems together. I don't have to have a degree in biology to know that what is going on inside of an animal, like to know that all of, it has to have a digestive system. It has to have a circulatory system. It has to have a respiratory system. It has to be able to, transport itself, which means it needs a skeleton, it needs muscles, and all of these things have to work together in harmony. And then it reproduces itself. I mean, this is something like anyone can look at the things that we see around us and recognize that there must be a creator. So really, I just don't buy any of this, oh, pigs can fly is here now too. Cool. I don't buy the excuse that, oh no, we can't know that there's a God. I think it's obvious.
I would agree with you.
Yeah. And I think, Rebecca, if you want to be in awe every day, start to study biochemistry. And we have so great access today to information. And I think if someone tells you, oh, you are not a biochemist or you don't have a science degree, and what you're saying is unwarranted, that's just ridiculous, because today access to information is so easy through the internet. And if you are really interested to study a topic, you can really acquire a big treasure of knowledge in a very short period of time. And it enriches yourself in the first place. And you then have the ability to explain such amazing things to others. And that's just plain fun, So I can encourage everyone to actually start doing it. It's not something which is too difficult. I mean, if you don't understand the word, you can Google it and then you know what it means. It's easy to educate yourself. If you are curious, do it, and you will be going to an adventure which is truly amazing and fascinating. And
I tell you what, I know you feel this way, it's Angela. Matt, I bet you do as well. I know Jungle does. The more you learn about these, like I'm talking just the bare bones fundamentals. The whole premise of we are fearfully and wonderfully made takes on an entirely different level of appreciation. It's like, I'll put it this way: many times when I'm sitting there reading a paper and like learning about some new gizmo that's zipping around in my body or whatever, I'm just struck by the whole premise of we are fearfully and wonderfully. Sometimes I'll stop and be like, wow, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. It's it blows the mind, the things that we're discovering now.
Yes, and I think what it helps us also to see what an awe-inspiring God we have, with such a huge intelligence which goes far beyond whatever we could imagine. And I mean, this is like just doing worship when you read a science paper and you are awe-inspired, because it says, wow, this is fantastic. And I mean, it is so enriching. That's why I encourage anyone, do it, and you will embark in an adventure which you've never imagined that you would explore such kind of amazing worlds. And that tells us something a little bit about what God has prepared for us beyond this world.
Yeah, Rebecca, I recommend just looking up simple things like the helicase or topoisomerase. I think you've heard from Salvador Cordova about that a little bit. Like those are like really awesome to check out. And again, like John was talking about, I mean, these are some of the life critical, most basic components that are required for life to exist at the cellular level. And it is just amazing. Just the level of ingenuity and understanding of the laws of physics that would be required for this stuff to exist. And it has to be simultaneous. Like all of it has to be there at the exact same time. Not to mention that there are literally thousands of other enzymes that are required for, the cell replication to take place. It's just, there's so much stuff. But one argument I thought was really good is there's a guy that was on Standing for Truth's channel the other day. He's an Aussie, and he was talking about just a simple design structure like a boomerang, right? All it has is a flattened surface on the front end with a specific angle, and then it has a beveled end on the back portion. Without the bevel, it can't come back to you. But clearly, we can see that that's a design structure, and it shows intentionality in design, right? The same could be said of literally every single portion, including the membrane, like the lipid bilayer, all this other stuff. It all shows intentionality for the purpose of life.
Rebecca, have you heard about the irreducible complexity argument?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, I've been around this, discussion for a long time. And it's actually part of my testimony, because when I was in high school, I kind of had a faith crisis, being taught evolution as fact. And so I really wrestled with that for years. And I'm really thankful for the people who have dedicated themselves to, refuting evolution. And so that really helped me. And it's actually something I'm pretty passionate about, but I've only recently started talking about this publicly, because I just, as an evangelist, over the years, I realized that if you bring up evolution, most people are so convinced that it's true, that you're just not going to get anywhere.
True.
So it's almost like as soon as you say you don't believe in evolution, you're labeled as, okay, stupid, uneducated, something like that. So in general, I just kind of started leaving that out of the conversation. I just didn't talk about it, because I realized I could help people come to know Jesus a lot better if I didn't mention it. But I do think it's important to be talked about, because so many people have been deceived by this idea. And this guy that we were talking to tonight, and so many other people, they've just been convinced that we came about by natural processes, and that that's a scientific way of thinking. And so I feel sad that so many people are led away from God because they've been convinced that they're a product of natural processes, and that there's no conflict there, that's just totally normal, that's scientific. And so that really disturbs me. So I feel like it's important work to refute evolution, and so I'm really thankful for the people that are doing that.
Well, I think we have seen in the last few years a shift from the focus of evolution to abiogenesis. There have been some great guys like James Tour and so forth, which have brought that to the stage, let's say, and shown that it is a failed hypothesis and it isn't possible. And you cannot invoke natural selection because there was no natural selection. And it's important that people realize it's a big problem. Naturalism doesn't have the answers which it is so often claimed that they are there. They are not.
Exactly.
And I think it's cute that they're now trying to separate this abiogenesis from evolution, because that is also, they want that to be separate so that they can say, well, we haven't figured out abiogenesis, but we've got evolution figured out once the process started. But it's actually the same thing needs to happen again that would need to happen with abiogenesis. You still need that kind of new type of thing coming together perfectly. You need that to happen over and over again. So it's really kind of silly to make a distinction, because it is, the same process that needs to happen to keep the evolutionary blocks building.
Yeah, I think the key issue in the entire picture is that what is needed is information. It is a direction which is injected, instantiated right from the beginning, and which makes the whole thing work right from the beginning. And if that is not there right from the beginning, you are not going anywhere. And that also is, even let's suppose that the first life would be there. How do you go from a bacteria to a eukaryotic cell, which is immensely more complex? Or how do you go from a unicellular life form to a multicellular life form, where several things have to emerge at the same time? And that's precisely what you just said, Rebecca. It's not just the origin of abiogenesis, it's the entire spectrum, and it's not explained. I'm sorry, but they claim it 1,000 times that it's a theory, it's a fact, but that's simply not true. What we see is that huge amounts of information, not only genetic information is required, but in special as well, epigenetic information, which is still a basically unexplored world. Scientists don't know how over 40 different epigenetic codes are stored in biochemistry, through biochemistry. I mean, this is something, a camp which in the next 20 or 30 years, science will make big advancements, but it will become more and more clear that there has to be a huge amount of information injected right from the beginning, which orchestrates everything. And then there is a machine working going on a biochemistry level, where there are molecular machines, there are turbines, there are energy factories, there are computers. Neurons are computers in a literal sense. That is high-tech technology of the finest, which we still don't fully understand. And someone saying that this all came together by chance is simply irrational. It's silly, it's idiotic, it's foolish. And we see they just hold that belief because they think that they can cancel out God, but that's simply not going to happen.
You know,
hey, Otento, I think that Jungle was trying to say something for a minute. Jungle, we'll all shut up for a second. I know you're on lag. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I just wanted to see if my mic's working okay. Say hi to Pigs.
hey, it's good to see you, brother. I'm so glad that you're back.
Is my mic okay?
Where did he go? Yeah, I can hear you.
So, how about echo? Is there an echo now?
No, I don't hear anything.
If somebody talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think, these atheists, I think they're starting to realize that they don't have anything to tell us. And,
yeah,
they're trying to poke fun at us, but, they have nothing of their own.
Yeah,
well, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Jungle. And
it was funny how he didn't understand what you're saying, John, about abiogenesis. He's claiming evolution disproves God, but he doesn't understand abiogenesis.
well, and Jungle, what's funny too. So, Angela, you'll like this. I'm about to read from his book again. So, I'm pretty sure that he claimed over and over and over again that there were other things that explain the origin of the universe and such. Okay, so quote, then there is the Big Bang Theory, which explains the origin of the universe itself. While, of course, some religious believers are still in denial that the Big Bang occurred, despite all the evidence in support of it, there are some religious believers out there who credit God for causing the Big Bang in the first place, even though the Big Bang closes off another huge gap in our understanding that was previously attributed to God. Religious believers are attempting to either pretend that it didn't happen at all or minimize the size of the gap to allow God to continue to creep through. Either way, it is clear that scientific understanding minimizes the need for supernatural explanations, end quote. Number one, he didn't address anything about origin of the universe, nor the things that Otento was bringing up. And everybody agrees that the majority of people agree that something in the semblance of the Big Bang occurred, but the cause of it is not even remotely explained. I mean, if you claim otherwise, which he is doing right here, saying that, you don't even have a God in play to answer the question of the Big Bang, that's kind of the reason I was calling him out on, like, what the heck do you think the Kalam is? Like that's the Big
Yeah, I
Bang.
heard you say that. I was like,
The Big Bang is now a very common component of support of the Kalam. For just as one example of a philosophical argument, right? Like how you substantiate it? Oh well, the Big Bang. I mean, we no longer have steady state theory, so I mean, what does he think that all the different multiverse models and expanding expand and contract universe models, all that kind of stuff? Where do you think those things come from? Not to try and explain the Big Bang. I mean,
ad hoc
without
responses
needing
too.
God, that's it.
Yep. Well, I mean, I thought it was hilarious that he actually was following you with your code argument for quite a bit of time there, and then all of a sudden he went agnostic at the very end when you were like, "What about what about the
No, his
genetic code?" And
out
he's
was
like,
that he didn't understand what John was talking about. I think he
"Oh
pretty
no,
much
he actually
understood
he
it.
confirmed it. He was throughout. He was like, okay, I can accept that binary is a code. I can accept that there's a coordinary and then what was it, axis?" But then he sort of got frustrated as if he didn't understand where this is going, and he was trying to overtalk John because John was getting to a point, of course, and that's what tends to happen a lot of times whenever atheists feel like they're starting to feel the walls come in. They start trying to talk over you and not allow you to finish your point. And I mean, John was just taking him to the woodshed. I thought it was hilarious.
Well, guys, I have something to say about this, and you might be mad at me after I say it, but
okay.
Like, if we want people to come to know the Lord, then we have to be honoring and respect them. And I know sometimes that's like extremely difficult. And I was even having a hard time with some, much of like just the stuff he was saying. But like, they have to walk away knowing that, I mean, somehow, like, we have to find a way to honor them and to let him leave the conversation being respected, even if his ideas to us are ridiculous, but he should walk away feeling loved and respected. And if we're not doing that, then like this is kind of a useless exercise.
Well, Rebecca, I leave that side of it up to you and Otangelo.
I would actually disagree.
Let me finish my point real quick, man. I'll shut up. And the reason I say that is, and Danny, who's an atheist, he just joined us. He can attest to this.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm always nice to Danny. If you are a self-proclaimed activist whose stated objective is to remove theism and religion of any kind from the equation, and you are going to come forth with the most juvenile, stupid, and ignorant arguments, but in the current state of modern society where we are in the level of ignorance, which is the average person, somehow these arguments continue to have weight, even though, as Danny will attest, Danny, I guarantee if you read that dude's book, you'd be laughing your ass off.
Well, I heard what you read out, and it was pretty bad.
Yeah, and I'm not even getting into it's bad. Anyway, my point is that a lot of these people have managed to become successful and gain traction, following, and influence because people don't aggressively challenge them. And I'm not saying that there isn't a place for exactly what you just described, Rebecca. I agree with you 100%. However, I think there's also a place for them to be called on the carpet and the incredible lunacy of the position to be put forth and laid bare to the people who are not decided. That guy, I agree with you. Would I hope that at some point he would come to the truth? Yes. However, I'm more concerned, personally, I am more concerned about those that he might influence versus whether or not he feels happy, because he's not in it to make me feel good in any way, shape, form, or fashion. He's in it to embarrass, degrade, diminish, and insult, which he was. And that Phil guy, I don't know if you saw the interview that Otangelo had with Phil. Good grief. That guy was beyond the pale. If in face to face, I probably would have punched that guy in his. I mean, good grief, he was beyond the pale. But anyway, enough of my diatribe.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you're like looking out for the broader audience, the other people who will listen to him, and so you're kind of like basically you're doing it for their sakes, and I think you did a great job with that.
I appreciate it. But like I said, I don't think it's the approach you should take to everybody in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Like the average person who's just like searching and such, I don't think you should be mean to him, shouldn't go after him, all that kind of stuff. But guys like him, he likes to proclaim himself as being tough as nails, and I'm Mr. Activist for 30 years. Like, bro, if you've been around for 30 years, you don't know the basics of what I'm talking about, then you haven't read a damn book on the subject. Because it's been the arguments I was putting forth and Angela was putting forth are, I mean, it might not be as much detail on the surface level, not as much detail as he and I have, but the concepts have been put forth. And he didn't even know the basics. And it's like, man, if you don't know the basics, and you're claiming you have masters in philosophy, get out of town, bro.
That was surprising. Even not knowing the difference between abiogenesis and evolution. I mean, come on. And confessing that he just believes what physics say and what science says. I mean, blind belief in science, that is something which you definitely shouldn't do. I mean, you should scrutinize everything critically. And I mean, many people think they can just believe what is in a science papers, and that's simply not true.
Matt, I think you were trying to say something before I interrupted you.
I honestly kind of lost my thought. I was listening to my kids were over here trying to watch Pokemon. Well, I was, if I remember correctly, he was bringing up many different fallacies. He even used the Spider-Man fallacy, and I was like, wait a second, does he not understand that just because, like, he even tried to compare Odin to the god of the Bible. Odin, by the own Nordic or Norse mythology, is a contingent being. He's not the end all be all, right? You can't compare the omniscient, omnipotent creator of all things to a contingent being that came far, far later, assuming that it ever did exist in the first place, and then say that that's the God of all things. Like, what are you talking about? And then he tried to say, because certain what was it, the Star Wars? He's talking about Star Wars, like now you can't disprove Darth Vader, right? That's what he's talking about.
That's, by the way, that's a
galaxy far, far away.
Book, yeah. Okay.
So basically,
you mentioned Odin. Quote: probably not Odin, though. No one worships Odin anymore, despite the fact that Norse legend says that Odin defeated all the frost giants. And you don't see any frost giants roaming around, do you?
Yeah, but those frost giants were around long before Odin ever existed. So that's the funny thing about it. Like, and in fact, it's funny because, like, if you know their mythology, the frost giants are the creators of magic, which allow him to overthrow and then become stronger in the first place and become the king of the gods, right? And anyways, it's a bunch of nonsense, obviously, but still, to understand that mythology and then compare it to that of what is said in the Bible, it's an entirely different paradigm altogether. So anyways, that's just my perspective. He was obviously using many different straw men and different fallacies throughout the entire debate here, or discussion, I guess, or whatever you want to call it.
One of his other arguments in his book is like, heaven would suck. I don't want to do heaven, right? First, we have to take all the sins off the table because there is no sinning in heaven. So scratch out sex, eating, drinking, gambling, killing zombies, science, and watching Game of Thrones. Anything worth doing is forbidden in heaven. It's like, it's not anywhere, any way, shape, form, or fashion what is put forth as the purpose of and the point of heaven. It's like,
he seems to know what will happen in heaven. I mean, there's so much prejudice. I mean, they have no clue. We don't have a clue, actually, what will happen. We have just a promise that it will be an incredible place, which we don't even imagine how incredible it will be. And we have to take that on faith. But they think that heaven is a boring place and that in hell it's fun. and they will drink beer and have girls and this and that. And I mean, this is just folklore. This is just ridiculous.
It's all carnal for them. But I agree. The thing is, the Bible actually says that the Lord, it is not entered into the hearts of man what the Lord has planned for those who love him, right?
Right, exactly.
Just that statement alone, we can't even fathom how awesome it's going to be. That's how amazing it's going to be, right? And for me, like, I don't even think about those things because it's like, how can I even try? How can I even attempt? It's not something that's possible based on what the Bible said. So, but I remember what I was going to say. Okay.
You have some background.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I got the living room here. Let me walk out. So in regards to what you were talking about, Rebecca, I didn't agree with you because of the fact that I think that it's very, very important to smite the scorner, right? So like it says clearly that we're supposed to smite the scorner so that the simple beware, right? And whenever we're speaking to people like this in particular individual, obviously he is a scorner because just the fact that he's selling his book for $6.66. Even as an atheist, it's this is obviously a satanic symbol. He knows that. He's doing this specifically to troll people that believe in Christ. His entire book seems to be nothing but logical fallacies based on what John was telling us. I mean, and in this discussion, I would say that this man has zero interest in actually trying to come to the truth.
Yeah.
And therefore, trying to win him over right now is not the end game here. What we need to do is put his understanding of reality to the test and show people that are listening what's really happening.
Yeah.
That will bring out the most good of the situation, and hopefully he will repent, and hopefully he will come to the truth. But all we can do is try to point him in that direction, and the best way, in my opinion, is actually to smite the scorner based on the situation here.
So in line with that, I want to get Danny's response, okay? You there, Danny?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Quote, like I said before, there is no physical evidence one way or the other. At the end of the day, we don't know with absolute certainty that a god of some sort doesn't exist somewhere in some form. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Darth Vader didn't really exist a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I would need a time machine and a starship that could make the Kessel run in much faster than 12 parsecs. Wait a minute, that's not even a unit of velocity. My point is that Darth Vader might exist. Or more accurately, he might have existed. We can't be certain that he didn't. End quote. Do you think that is a good debunking of the premise of the existence of God?
No, it seems pretty unsophisticated.
What's funny is that you can actually test whether or not his entire theory there is true just by trying to see if the Force was real. Because in their realm, right, the Force was a legitimate, powerful, end-all be-all force, right? And you can tap into this Force. People can do that. It's a testable thing in their reality.
Actually, hey, Matt, hang on now. Your connection to the Force was dependent on how many midi-chlorians you had. Come on now. Did you miss the Phantom Menace?
I don't know. I just played the most recent game, and I'm pretty sure that kid was... I don't know. He was soulless. That's all I can say. So.
Well, the thing that I find interesting about this whole Darth Vader example, it's like, in no way, shape, form, or fashion is the claim of the abilities of Vader versus what we're postulating in relation to God. It's not even remotely. I mean, it's nothing you can even compare. Like, you're trying to make it out to be two fictional characters, but what the characters are supposed to be responsible for are drastically different. And we're talking about our existence versus the existence of in a fictional universe. And I mean, unless you're going to claim that the person's like channeling George Lucas was channeling a alternate reality when he came up with Star Wars. I mean, not really sure what the point is.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, it's a category error, and obviously it's the Spider-Man fallacy multiple times over. But
Guys, I will do following. It's late here, but I will keep the stream running. I'm just leaving it so you can keep going, and then it shuts down by itself. So thank you everyone for joining my stream here, and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Tangelo.
All right, go ahead.
See you next time.
Okay, so in all seriousness, I do not know how Tangelo manages to maintain the patience level that he does. It blows me away. I'm like I'm flipping out in the chat, especially with his discussion with that Phil guy. Good grief, that dude was one of the most snarky. Like that guy, I was saying in the chat yesterday, the other day. That guy is clearly a frat boy who never grew up, and just wow. The level of ego and snark with that guy was astounding.
Yeah, I
I
never got
didn't
that
see
email.
it, but I want to hear from Danny. Danny just said like 2 words.
That's all I'm here is for those 2 words. What I mean, I didn't really listen to all of it, honestly.
What did you come in for, Danny? Like, were you?
I saw
did you come in?
Rebecca.
Okay, so Rebecca was already on when you joined, or like when you came in to listen.
Yeah, like she's my friend, you know. She's
Okay,
my
so
wife.
Okay, so you missed all of the drama then, preceding.
Most of it, yeah. I'm also multitasking, so. What's your next video you're making, John?
What's my next video?
Yeah, are you working on a video?
Well, I got a couple things I'm working on, but right now what I'm actually doing is I'm attempting to convince people that run this church that's like it's like basically the dead center of a heavy tourist area. I'm trying to convince them to let me basically do some street stuff on their little chunk of grass that's in front of their building. I think it'll be fun to do.
Like with the street epistemologists too.
Well, yeah, some street epistemology, but not like the whole premise of like walking up to people. I don't like that. I'm thinking about doing more of a like Steven Crowder style, change my mind type concept.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just have people come over and sit down, have a conversation. Basically, long story short, where this is located, you go out Friday or Saturday, I mean this literally, there's thousands of people that walk up and down the street every hour. And it's almost all tourists now because the locals don't go there anymore. So it's like a never-ending supply of fresh meat. So I'm going to try it out, see how it goes. Maybe fun.
That does sound fun.
John, that's kind of like Branson, where I'm at is Branson.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to do. Just something fun, and I like having interaction with folks and face to face. It's more fun, and I think more realistic dialogue can happen face to face than a lot of times in the digital arena, because
it's much more respectful too.
yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of these guys just they get all worked up when I go off on them, but it's like we listen to you like insult my very existence for an hour, and then you get called out for 5 minutes, and then you flip out. It's like, okay, fair enough. Guess you haven't grown up yet, even though you claim to have been doing atheist activism for 30 years.
I can't imagine doing atheist activism. I mean, I take that to be different than like just wanting to debate and like talk about philosophy of religion, but atheist activism makes me want to. Every time I say it, I feel like I'm throwing up.
So I'm an activist for something that's not a worldview, and I only lack belief in. But I'm an activist.
Yeah, you know, if I was an atheist, I would not spend 1 minute of my short existence doing any of this stuff. Like,
Oh.
I mean, Danny, I mean, it is a little strange, but I mean, you're a little different because you like philosophy.
Right,
And
yeah.
so that's what you're doing is quite different. It's not, so you're like exploring, you know, questions of life. And that's different than like setting out as an atheist activist to like change people's minds. Why? Like, just get on with it.
Yeah.
Well, as Staks said tonight, he views religion as a danger to the world.
He said that?
Yep.
Oh, those people really bother me.
Yep. And Rebecca, that's the sort of statement as to why I give no mercy to that type of person. Now, Danny, on the other hand, I know he's actually a closet theist, and at some point,
no.
At some point, he's going to come back out of the closet. We all know that's going to happen, Danny. Eventually, you will come out of the closet. But
yes,
but it's okay, man. We understand.
Yes, you know what? I'm gonna show you guys. This is my okay, my strawberries and cream oatmeal. But you know what? I was eating it the other day, and I was like, these are like the strawberries in there. You know, they're little pink things. But I realized these aren't strawberries; these are apples. Like they just dyed the apples pink and called them strawberries. I guess apples are cheaper to put in oatmeal. And sure enough, I looked at the ingredients and it was apples. And that's how I feel like when I'm talking to Danny. It's like he's presenting himself as, you know, an atheist, but I cannot see him that way. I just...
So you want to know my theory about Danny?
He's a saint. Yes.
So here's my theory about Danny. So as we all know, he's going to school, right? And he's are you working on a master's or PhD, Danny?
Master's.
PhD, right?
Okay. So what I really think is, I think that Danny is actually a theist, but his thesis for his master's is going to be something on like interactions between theists and atheists, or how would theists treat you if you become an atheist and used to be a theist? I think that something to that effect. I think Danny's actually doing research.
Oh, like I'm doing research.
And then after he gets his master's, then he's going to come back out of the closet and he's going to go rub it in Speed of Pudding's face and be like, "So I'm actually a theist, and I've been getting you this whole."
That's their theory too, man.
That's funny.
He calls me a broken.
Like
Speed calls me a broken atheist. I mean, I don't really understand because there are a lot of people like me, but they're just not on YouTube. There are a lot of atheists that are just like kind of casual about the hostility in the community, in this sort of community, and but they just don't really show up in conversations. But I don't know. Like I think most philosophers are kind of like, and for better or worse, don't care a lot about atheism or theism. They're just like they're interested in other things. But,
so have you guys noticed that Danny is dodging the whole theory I put forth there? He didn't reject it. He didn't deny it. He's distracting now. Now he's just talking about, oh yeah, philosophers aren't really interested in all that. They're just casual people running around. Yeah,
That's right.
Well, next he's just going to tell you that he's actually completely convinced that William Lane Craig got it right the first time.
I like William Lane Craig though.
Well, at some point, Danny will just come to terms with the problem of evil, and he'll come back to theism.
It was much more fun to be a theist. Like, it's so boring being an atheist. No one wants to talk to you except like Rebecca, and like you know, like y'all are so lucky because you can go to almost any Discord room, any YouTube live stream, and just say something like God exists, and they're all want to attack. They all want to, like, you get immediate attention.
So you like the attention then, basically.
Absolutely, but it's I can't get that much attention as an atheist. It's not that fun.
Danny's looking to make a name for himself, guys. You're gonna go for that PhD, right?
Probably depends on what's going on.
So, Danny, why don't you start I actually try to convince a couple of people to do this, but you should start unpacking the atheist experience, and that should be the show name. And you just break down the stupidity of Matt Dillahunty every week, and you would become a major player.
Really? I mean, yeah, it seems so boring, though.
Well, I'm not saying it wouldn't potentially be boring, and I'm not saying you wouldn't do that for a long period of time. I'm just saying that you would have, you know as well as I do, that there is a never-ending supply of just stupid crap that comes out of those guys' mouths.
Yeah, but I can't even listen to it. That's like it. I turn it almost immediately.
Right. So you just wait. Listen, bro. You just wait until they clip everything, okay? And do little short segments, right? And then you don't have to listen to all the fluff, right? You just get to the little clip, and then go off on it, and then go to the next one.
Yeah, I should probably do something like that. But I don't know to what capacity.
I think Danny just had a really awesome interview. I haven't finished listening to it yet, but you interviewed like Dr. I don't starts with a K.
Bernardo Castro.
Yeah, and he's amazing. Like, I mean, and Danny just did a great job. Like, so I can't see Danny stooping down to like the atheist experience. After seeing him like engage in that, and with just on a much higher level.
No, this needs to be an entirely separate channel called Unpacking.
Yeah.
And I told Danny this by the way about the interview you're referring to. I think that was hands down the best interview Danny's done so far, and one of the best interviews I've heard. I mean, anywhere that was a fantastic conversation. You did a great job interviewing, awesome questions, and of course he was just like doing some freaking major download on
I know. Yeah, towards the end, like we were talking crap about Sam Harris, and then he's like really anti-physicalism, anti-materialism.
Danny, have you watched all of his videos on his channel?
No, I haven't.
I made it through all of them.
Okay. Tell me how are they?
Oh, it's awesome. It's very good stuff.
Okay. I plan to.
By the way, if you think he was like ripping on some people in your conversation, yeah. Let's just say that he just straight up annihilates materialists in that. It's I think it's 6 episodes, and it's good stuff. It's very good stuff.
That's good. How is it for people that? How would you? I mean, I'm interested. How if someone that doesn't know any philosophy started watching episode 1, like how would they fare?
They might have like an introductory.
You would probably need, and he kind of talks about this. He kind of talks about this too. Like at the end of each episode, he tells you might take a day or two. Research things you don't know. Go listen to it again. That kind of stuff. Directly answer your question. If you don't know anything about philosophy, it would probably be a bit overwhelming.
Okay.
But if you listen to it a couple times, it would make sense, I would think. I would say as he gets further into it, and he starts talking more about the stuff about, cognition and things of that nature, you also need to have a little bit of understanding of that as well as philosophy. And so it's like multiple layers.
1, 2, or 3 and above, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say somebody who's interested and has like some of the general frameworks of like logic and some of the basics of philosophy would love it. I mean, they would have to listen to it slowly probably, but it's very substantive. It's not like dumbed down by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I was wondering where he started, like whether he started really like at ground zero or whether he kind of started intermediate level.
I mean, he tried. You could tell he was trying to, and I would say, I don't know. The first episode might have been, I don't know. I don't know. You might make it through. I don't know. I have to listen to it again, but I mean, it was full of a lot of interesting stuff. To be honest, when he was sitting there, I was agreeing with him on the majority of the stuff, and from the idealism perspective, and I'm just like, so I agree with you on the idealism side. Why are you against dualism? Like, to me, it seems like idealism is just the stepping stone to dualism.
Yeah, and I meant to. There's a lot to talk to him about, but I meant to tell him, and I insinuated in the interview that there are versions of idealism that are compatible with dualism, but I forgot to talk about it. I'll have to actually watch the videos now. Thanks for letting me, asking me.
Oh yeah, man, they were awesome. I listened to them, and when I got to like the fourth one, because at the end of each episode, he says, "Take a day or two to think about this before you go on to the next one." Right? And I had gone through the first three, like back to back to back, to a little break, and then I was down to the fourth one, and I was like, okay. And I got to the end of the fourth one, he says that, and I'm like, yeah, okay. At that point, I agree. I've just done a pretty high level download of I think each one's I think the longest one's like 40 minutes, but most of them are like 20 to 30 minutes. But there's a lot of substance in them.
Okay, so I want to understand what's going on there when you're saying idealism, because I was listening to that interview and I was like, what does it mean to be an idealist? And I was like trying to Google it while he was talking. I don't know what that means. Can you explain it?
I know Inspiring Philosophy had a video on it, but he also talked to Trinity Radio's host Braxton Hunter about that same concept as well. For a while, I thought I was an idealist, but I'm actually more of a dualist. So,
well, yeah, there's like the problem is that there's different kinds of idealism, but essentially, what all idealists agree about is that you are somehow limited in your access to the world. When you see a rock, it's not like you have some direct like acquaintance with the rock. You only have acquaintance with your experience of the rock.
Right.
So the idea is that the limitation of an agent with respect to their experiences, there's a limitation of agency that, like, when you experience, everything is just representation. It's all internal. So then you have like the idealists, like, that think that that's what it means for something to exist, is for it to be represented by you or perceived by you. So when you look at a rock, and virtue of you having experience of it or perceiving it, it exists. Okay. Then you have idealists on the other end of the spectrum who think that, well, you have this experience of the rock, but there's actually something outside of your experience, and that is the rock. But we really can't really talk about it, because all we can talk about is what we're perceiving and what our internal states are like, and namely everything like depth, length, width, color, all these light, darkness, all those things, these are all qualities of your experiences. So things like that are all mental. So things like color, like redness, that's all mental. That's all in your mind.
Right. And trying to explain that to somebody else, to like a separate agent, would not be the same, because they could see it or perceive it differently.
Yeah, there's that problem too. Yeah, that's one way to think about the issue, is that but like the view that seems to suggest that you do have some kind of direct acquaintance with the world is called direct or naive realism. So you look at the rock, and that's to say you have like a kind of access to it. You're actually seeing the rock as it is by itself, or something like that. So now,
what's your view, Danny?
I am an idealist to the extent, like I'm somewhat sympathetic to Kant, and I mentioned that in the video. That I think that when I'm looking at things, or when I'm like having these experiences, those are all internal to my mind. But I think there's something, namely non-mental, outside of my mentality, and I can't really speak about it because I don't have a I only have a representation of it. I can't talk about what the representation, like behind that representation. But
Danny, in that context, you're referring to your sense of self.
No, and I'm talking. You're like with respect to. Can you clarify your question? Sorry.
I was asking. That was more of a question. Like, are you stating that the thing that's beyond, right? Is that your sense of self that you're saying you can't instantiate or substantiate for an external person or entity?
No, it's like if you take the rock example, like I have when I'm looking at a rock, I have a representation of it, and there's something that's sort of tied to the representation, but I can't really talk about it. I can only talk about my representation because that's all I have. So that's like the Kantian view. The Kant makes the view distinguishes the world between the phenomena, which is like your representation, your experience, your internal states, and then the noumena, which is like the thing in itself, and you really can't talk about it and all this stuff. Now, Dr. Kastrup doesn't take that view. His view of idealism is actually still somewhat elusive for me because I haven't taken the time to understand his view fully. But what I gathered is that he thinks there is an external world. There isn't just your internal states. So he agrees with me to that extent, but that external world is qualitative and thus conscious. Okay. The way he understands material things is that it's that which is quantifiable. So like when you think of how we understand physical things, we think of in terms of units, right? Like inches, lumens, pounds, whatever, right? And the thing that's external, it can't be described in that way, so it's not physical. And if it's not physical, therefore it's mental, but it's external. So it's a conscious external thing that's going outside of our own subjectivity, which is just this kind of what he calls objective idealism. But I think that's just it in a very. It's not easy for me to understand exactly because what I was trying to ask him was like, okay, if I take something to be conscious, I take there to be a mental state, and if there's a mental state, it's someone's mental state. And so, on his view, there can be some kind of like conscious state that's namely external from agency or subject. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, honestly, and when it comes to idealism, it can go pretty close to solipsism, but that's my understanding of it is that you can either look at it from the perspective that you were talking about a moment ago.
Well, we talked about that, right? We actually, because I think there's a misconception about what solipsism is, right? Solipsism is not the view that you're the only mind in the world. Solipsism is the view that the world is in fact your mind.
Right.
Right, yeah. And you're suggesting that, like, if everything's mental, then everything is your mental state, therefore solipsism? Right.
Yeah, things that are perceived through your mind are what are real, although they could actually be a fabrication. That's my understanding of solipsism.
Yeah.
Like you could be like a brain in a vat, that kind of thing. There's a scientist poking and prodding you to cause you.
Yeah, I know a lot of idealists push against that. He thinks that that's perhaps what subjective idealism might entail, but he's not. He says that he's not a subjective idealist.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just it gets close to it, but that's like as close as it can get, I think.
What I find so interesting about one of the things I find interesting about the whole idealist perspective, worldview, whatever you put on philosophy, it's like everything about it, in my opinion, just pushes you towards like, okay, if this is all mind, then, but in his context, the objective idealism is true, and there's something external that is real in conjunction with, in addition to my mind, then how do you avoid the end conclusion that there must be an external mind which is greater than ours, which is able to, cause this to come into being? Either that, or we're all part of a bigger mind, right? Which he kind of touches on that a little bit in his videos, but doesn't take that position, but at least not in that that straight context, not from like a pantheist.
Did he talk about Berkeley? Because that was Berkeley's argument that, well, at least that what accounts for things that exist that no human beings perceive is that God is namely perceiving them.
I mean, he touched on it, but he doesn't take that position. Like, that's not
right, yeah.
And the point I'm making is, like, to me, that would be the most logical position to ultimately come to that. Either that, or we are the collective minds that make all of this become instantiated and actualized. And I don't know. I don't understand why, if you're going to go down that rabbit hole, why you wouldn't find that to be the most reasonable conclusion.
Yeah, it's something to think about. I guess, like, there's a question of, like, we don't perceive our own beliefs. We perceive things that are, like, external to us. So if it's the case that our existence is accounted for by God perceiving us, I think one objection to Berkeley is that who's perceiving God, right? God's not, like, in his own mind in the sense that or the forest is in God's mind. So I forgot how Berkeley responds to that, but that I remember that being an objection to Berkeley's notion of idealism, that which is perceived, that's which exists perceived, and so God accounts for all of existence and that he perceives everything. But then there's a question about what it means for God to exist on that view.
Well, here's the thing for me on that point you made. I get what you're saying, but specifically from the idealist perspective, if my mind is what is perceiving all this stuff, actualizing it, etc., then you've already established that a mind is necessary. So this goes back to the whole point of, and why I kind of laugh at the who designed the designer argument of, like, either you have to come to the conclusion that a preceding uncaused cause is necessary, or you must come to the conclusion that somehow things have just always existed and it doesn't have a cause. So, I mean, either way, you're left with an uncaused cause, one which is the theistic version, and the other is not. I mean, I don't understand, or correct me if I'm wrong, but at the ultimate root, that's what we're left with. There is no other way around it. It's one or the other. Would you agree or disagree, Danny?
I have to make sure I understand before there's nothing to disagree with, because I have to understand. So you're saying something like the fact that things exist, and there are things that exist, and that somehow does entail that there are minds. Otherwise, if there are no minds, there's nothing that exists. And so I guess where you're going with that. So is that kind of like the beginning of what you're trying to say for, like?
Well, I'm saying two things. I was kind of jumping towards, like, just the bigger picture as well, whether you're talking about idealists, dualists,
okay,
whatever perspective. Ultimately, what we're forced to come to, if you go down the route, all the way to the root, if you go far enough, you're ultimately faced with two possible options. Either an uncaused cause, which is God, exists and is what caused us to come into being, or something else that's uncaused and is also eternal is what enabled the universe and us to come into existence. Either you're faced with that as an uncaused cause over there doesn't have no personhood, or we have an uncaused cause that does have personhood. Like, it doesn't matter which route of philosophy you go, you ultimately come to those two choices.
I think it could be three choices, but so
hold on, what's the third one?
Well,
it could be that this isn't the actual reality, and that the one that we're perceiving is just like a limited subset of what real reality would be.
Well, no, I agree with you on that, but even if you
I agree that it would be ultimately, like you said, it still would end up in the same position.
Yeah, it's the same thing with all of the like the multiverse arguments,
right,
and the pendulum theories and everything else. You still, at the ultimate root, you still come back to okay, What was the machine that caused the fine-tuned universes? What's the generator for all the multiverses? You know, you ultimately
Who created that? Yeah.
Doesn't matter how far you go, you ultimately go back to the universal wave function problem. And what caused the initial universal wave function collapse, which then initiated all of the multiverses or the single universe or whichever thing you want to go down, you still run back into that problem ultimately. And you can't just you can claim I don't know all day long and we don't know, which I agree, but it doesn't change the reality that you can either, there's only two options. Either God exists or God does not exist. Either God was the cause of our existence, or there was not a God that was the cause of our existence.
Well, that's a true dichotomy, but I guess I was thinking something different. I was thinking either the universe began to exist with a cause, it began to exist without a cause, or the universe always existed. Something like that. Those are three options that I see that are logically possible. Like I don't see a contradiction in any of it.
Sorry, say your three again.
Yeah, so I think all of these are logically coherent. I don't see a contradiction that the universe began to exist with a cause, the universe began to exist without a cause, and the universe has always existed.
Yeah, but you have to really, it's still two, because either the universe began to exist and the cause was something that was always existed, or the universe always existed.
But I guess the third option is that
the third option, it doesn't actually exist.
Well, it's possible though. It's just there's no logical. I don't see a contradiction, right? Do you see?
No, no. If the universe is always eternal, then the universe had a cause. The cause of the universe must be eternal. So
look, I'm going to put them in private chat. It's either the universe began, but no cause. That's one, right? No cause. Two is universe began with cause, and three, universe eternal. Those are. I just put them in private chat.
I think what he's saying is that the universe, like being eternal, is like
number
the
one.
Same as number one. Even if you take away the began, you still have like the existence of something without a cause.
Right. So you're right. If you took out one and three have something in common in that there's no cause. There's no first cause. There's none of that. But the difference between 1 and 3 is that 1, there was a first moment for the universe, and 3, there was no first movement for the universe.
Well, to me, it logically follows that
if there was no first moment, then it was eternal.
So
one is actually synonymous with 3.
No, universe began includes a first moment, but no cause, right? So that's to say.
Well, but that's not logically coherent. If you're
okay, well, that's what I'm interested in. Do you see?
Well, are you rejecting that everything that begins has a cause?
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Well,
okay, so you don't believe in contingency, just in general, like that there's like an ultimate. There has to be a battle end all be all for contingency.
I think there could. I don't know. I wonder if that relates, but I do think there can be what you call brute contingent facts, which is like facts that could be otherwise in terms of its truth value, but have no explanation.
But Danny, so I know you know this. The theories that are trying to circumvent they're all trying to circumvent the Big Bang and it needing a cause, and come up with quantum foam and all these other kind of things to avoid having to explain what the actual cause was. That's why they're coming up with all multiverse theories.
Yeah, look, it might be the case the universe
and everything is because they recognize that. I mean, the physicists are doing it because they recognize that they can't not have a cause for the beginning of the universe without coming up with something that ultimately leads to an eternal universe. They're going back trying to recreate the steady state theory, like with fancy hypotheticals. Like that's the whole thing.
I don't mind someone accepting the idea that if something begins to exist, it has a cause. I'm just saying that is that logically necessitated? You could have like views that, given your experience and given science or whatever methodologies, that's very likely true. I could accept that. I'm just saying I don't see.
But what I'm saying is, what is remotely please give me another example of something that's logically sound that begins without a cause.
Well, if let's say I don't know. I don't think that shows there's a contradiction.
Okay, so if so everything that's observed that begins has a cause, and you're going to say even though 100% of everything that's observed has a cause, it's not a contradiction to say that something that appears to have a cause didn't have a cause.
Right, there's no contradiction, but I think that you could say that it's more reasonable to accept. I mean, Craig accepts this. Craig runs the Kalam very frequently, and he accepts that there's no contradiction, or there's no logical contradiction that's entailed by rejecting the first premise of his argument. He thinks it's just more reasonable than not, or more plausible, that the first premise of the Kalam is true based on what you said, right?
Right. What I'm saying is, I don't think he says that things can't. If something's eternal, then it doesn't need a cause.
Look, I'm going to tell you what, Craig.
Hang on. What is the whole point of the Kalam? Whatever has a beginning has a cause, right?
Right.
So, right. If you're saying that the universe is eternal, right, then you are removing a beginning from the equation. Otherwise, you're directly contradicting what the whole point that's being made by William Lane Craig.
Right.
He's making the assertion that if the universe, he will accept that the universe is eternal, right? Not that the universe had a beginning. So it's a key differentiation there.
Yeah, I understand. I'm saying that the way he defends the first premise, he doesn't show a logical contradiction rejecting the first premise. He thinks that it's more plausible, though, given things like the idea of our experiences sort of demand explanations for things that begin to exist, or effects. Seemingly when things happen, there are explanations for that, as well as he gives philosophical concerns like Hilbert's Hotel for why the first premise is more likely true. But he does not think that there's some kind of logical necessity for the first premise. If you were to ask him, are the premises of your argument logically necessary? He will say no. He'll say they're more plausible than not, though.
Right. Well, the whole point I was making is that I don't think anybody is actually trying to go down the number one.
Yeah, probably not. But I'm just saying those are three logically possible scenarios.
Well, not if you have began in the universe began with no cause, nothing. Okay, you're claiming that it's not invalid, but if everything directly contradicts it, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but in inductive logic, just if you can debunk a premise, which is the universe began with no cause, based on there is zero evidence and observation in any way, shape, form, or fashion, that's actually plausible.
Right. Now, he'll agree.
How does that not make it invalid or unsound?
He'll agree to that. Look, the idea is
I'm not talking about William Lane Craig. I'm talking about you.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that the first premise can be supported inductively. I have no problem with that. But just if it does have an inductive support...
Okay, please inductively support universe began with no cause.
No, I'm agreeing with you, right? I'm agreeing with you that it seems like if we're basing our reasoning in an inductive set of premises, that is that everything that starts seems to have an explanation in our everyday experience, where we might be licensed to accept the first premise. That's not going to be enough to show that the negation of the conclusion, which is to say that that the things that begin may not have causes, that is not going to render that as a logical contradiction, right? Because an inductive argument can't get you logical necessity ever. Only deductive arguments or analytic statements, like things that are true by meaning, are going to get you logical contradictions.
Did I say inductive? I meant deductive. I was thinking what I was meaning by inductive was you use inductive evidence and arguments to debunk deductive, right? And to defeat a premise of a deductive argument, you bring inductive evidence usually. Right?
Sometimes, yeah, that can
very often it's inductive.
Yeah, I would say very often, yeah.
But that's really sorry, it's late. I've been up since like 5 a.m.
Okay.
That was the point I was making. Is why I was saying it's not valid, and where you're ultimately left with only 2 and 3 is from a inductive perspective, you can annihilate the universe began with no cause premise on its face of like there is no evidence for it. Either the universe is eternal, which constitutes it not having a cause, or and it never had a beginning, or the universe began and has a cause.
Yeah, I'm fine with saying that if you have like strong support for the first premise, which it seems like, for our purposes, sure. I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say is that the support for the first premise is based on intuition pumps like Hilbert's Hotel, or the sort of inductive arguments that we give. And that might suggest that the first premise is more rational to accept the first premise rather than accepting the negation of the first premise. But that's not going to show that the negation of the first premise bears a logical.
No, when you're saying first premise, are you referring to like the Kalam first premise, or are you talking about or the universe began no cause?
The begins to exist. If there's a beginning, there's a cause. Essentially, that's where you talking about.
So I've been going off on your premise 1 in the private chat. Of universe began no cause.
Yeah, the thing is, if you accept the first premise of the Kalam, number 1 is not possible. Yeah, because the idea is that on the first premise, if you accept the first premise of the Kalam, which is the idea that everything that begins to exist has a cause, then number 1 is just not possible. That's why I've been talking in terms of the first premise of the Kalam.
Well, Danny, do you truly think that it is possible that the universe could actually come into existence from nothing? Like no
yeah,
thing.
I mean, I think it's. I guess I think it's logically coherent. I think it defies my kind of experience, though, right? There might be like what he's trying to say is that our experiences with things coming into being is that they have explanations, right? And also where there might be, you might consider the philosophical concerns with Hilbert's Hotel. You might not. The idea is that eternal, what those are supposed to show is that really that number 3 is implausible, though, not number 1.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not even rejecting the first premise of the Kalam or any of the premises of the Kalam, at least in this discussion. All I'm saying is that it's logically possible the universe began with no cause. Logically possible.
I don't know.
Everything we see began with a cause, right?
Put forth an argument on that one. I really want to hear that one.
Yeah. So, I mean, for why I think that if something begins, then it's logically possible. It doesn't logically necessitate that it was caused. Is that what you want me to argue?
No, I want to hear an argument that supports the concept of universe began no cause. You said it can be logically.
No, I'm just saying that's logically possible.
Well, I know you said it's logically possible. I want to hear a deductive argument that for it being logically possible.
Okay, so to do that, I just have to show that there's no contradiction, right? So the idea here is something like the universe beginning is just to say that there was a moment in which the universe exists. And you can consider a prior moment in which there was no universe. So you have 2 events, a prior event in which there was no universe, and a second event in which there was a universe, which is the first moment of the universe. And that nothing in the moment prior to the universe caused the second moment. I mean, I just don't. I mean, like you can imagine 2 events side by side with no cause, in other words, right?
Right, but per that logic, their time must have existed prior to the first moment.
No. You can have.
If you have two moments next to each other, how is that not linear time?
This is fine. No, to say that time is progressing, that's fine. There's the first moment, no universe. Second moment, there's a universe. But just because there's that chronology doesn't. I haven't talked about causation at all. You could. I mean, this was Hume's concern, right? What Hume is famous for is that, hey, look, all we have are events. We don't see causes.
So are you suggesting that everything we know about time being a result of space and matter is not relevant to the two moments?
No, I don't think I'm saying that. I'm just saying something like, just because you have one moment or one event following another event, that doesn't necessitate cause.
Right, but the moment, the first moment wouldn't exist until the second moment.
No. So the first moment exists in time. The second moment, which is the moment in which the universe began, it started to exist, that occurs after the first moment. And here I've described a situation without the mention of cause.
Right, but the second moment is when the second moment is when
you can have time. There is no time without physical matter, though. That's the problem.
So, Danny, is like a maximally great being, is that logically consistent? Does that follow that you think that's like something that's actually possible?
A maximally great being, like usually that's
like
meant a great making. If you consider what the great making properties are in the literature, which is omnibenevolence, omnipotence, and omniscience, and all those sorts of things, then I think I think they're problems. But also, I think I agree with Kant that existence isn't a property. So if you're going to run the ontological argument, right, which is what a maximally great being kind of came from, right? I think there's
so the reason I'm asking this is because you have no problem positing that the universe can come into existence without a cause, but then you have a problem stating that it's possible that a maximally great being could exist.
No, not logically speaking. If I grant, let's say it's coherent to talk about a disembodied mind, like God's, where it's all good, all powerful, and all knowing. I mean, if you've granted that notion, I think either is going to be possible, right? I mean, listen, my claim is not that heavy. I'm just saying that it's logically possible that a universe began with no cause, just as like it's logically possible that a mind created the universe.
I actually don't agree.
I'm saying that your logic does not flow because the first moment cannot exist until the second moment.
Right, well, no, I agree. Right, there's the first moment.
No. I'm saying that the first moment isn't logically possible until the second moment. Because
the second moment would just be the first moment.
In order to have a moment, the universe must exist. So you can't have the first moment.
Wait, you don't think you can have time without you? That means that
was the whole point about space and matter. If you don't have the space and matter, then you don't have time.
Yeah, time is relative to.
That's a recognized premise.
No, it's relative to matter existing in time and space. I'm sorry, in space.
You don't think you can have time without space or matter
interacting?
And if you don't have a cause, you don't have an event.
I think eternality is a very different
event of the universe if you don't have a cause,
as opposed to normal time that we exist on. And I think you and I actually had this conversation a while back.
Look, okay, just fit this into a God scenario where God in the first moment decides to create, and in the second moment there's a universe, right? But that shows that in the first moment there's no universe.
And there was time because God was there having the moment.
Right, exactly. So there's the idea is that you can have time with no universe.
But that has a cause.
You would still have to have something to enact the universe. That's the whole point.
I guess I'm not understanding why you relate so strongly cause and time. I agree that to have cause effect, you need time. But to have time, you don't need cause effect.
Well, if you're saying moments, that's a time.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
So,
that's right.
I'm only thing I'm addressing right now is you claimed that the began no cause is logically valid and sound, right? So the point I'm making is that it's not valid because you can't have the first moment, until the second moment already exists. So
I'm right there with you.
So unless you're somehow going to account for the paradox, then your argument is invalid.
Wait, this might help. Look,
quick sidebar. We've been rambling for a while. I think Rebecca may have something she wants to say.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I just want to defend Danny on this because as I'm learning from Danny, saying something is logically possible, doesn't say anything about its probability. So I don't think Danny is making a strong point. He's not saying that the universe, he's not at all trying to explain how it could have happened with no cause. And he's not even saying that he has an idea about how it could have happened with no cause. He's just saying that it's logically possible that it began with no cause.
Well, I get that. I'm saying that his argument is not logical. Is not actually valid. I'm not talking about the probabilities. I'm saying that
there's no cause.
I think I understand our disagreement. Are you saying that if I describe one event, let's say a succession of events, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that you think a succession of events necessarily logically necessitates causes between those events? Is that what you're kind of coming from?
No, I'm saying
you can't have an effect without a cause.
I'm saying that your first moment cannot exist until the second moment has happened. So you are saying that A came before B when B has to come before A.
Can you repeat that one more time? I lost you there.
Okay. You're saying that you have moment 1, there's no universe. Moment 2, there is. Right?
Okay.
I'm saying that you can't have moment 1 unless moment 2 already exists.
Okay. Now I'm wondering why.
Well, that's the whole point about moments, right? And time. That's the whole point that Matt and I are making about you can't have the moment until the universe exists.
Okay, so if I rewrite it here, first moment, God decides, okay, and then second moment, universe, does your argument still apply?
Does my argument still apply? No, because we're not talking about not having a cause for the moment.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that...
Bro, listen. Moments, the cause for the moment is the existence of the universe. Okay?
But so he's saying
time can exist without all the things that are necessary for time to exist.
But if you're saying time can't exist without space and matter, then you're basically saying that God, okay, so what's the difference between saying God, how can God have the first moment for the second moment to exist? How is it different?
God created the moment. It's different.
God isn't limited by time. He's not constrained by time.
Well, okay, short, just very short. I got to this is where the whole premise of the universal wave function collapse comes into play. Of all of this, ultimately, you run into the necessity of the universal wave function collapse. If you account for this, then everything else can fall into place. If you can't account for this, then, and this is where the whole the aspect of consciousness comes into the equation, and the measurement problem. This is where it all ultimately boils back down to, is what was the original measurement that caused everything to collapse, and time and space and matter to exist. This is what everybody has to ultimately have to account for. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everyone wants to avoid it. Come up with all this crazy bullshit where we avoid things and we have all these perpetual universes and freaking perpetual motion machines that somehow equal a freaking eternal universe, and of still avoiding what caused the universal wave function collapse. That's what everything runs into ultimately. All the freaking theories run into that gigantic brick wall, and nobody wants to talk about it. We want to come up with these crazy
There are
hypotheticals,
no perpetual
everything else,
motion.
when we run into this every single time. And if God exists, how did it happen? Like, that's the whole point, is God is the cause. How he did it, I don't know. But there was a cause to cause this to come into effect. Otherwise, you're stuck with, the cause, the moment that happened couldn't have happened until the thing that needed to happen had already happened. And you're saying there's nothing external which caused that to happen. That's the whole point. Like, if what you need to happen, the cause that you need to actually first thing to occur is the universe that needs the first moment to come into existence. Oh, wait, but it can't because the moments wouldn't exist until the universe existed. Then you're ultimately running back into either the universe is eternal and has no cause, or the universe had a beginning and had an eternal cause. That's it. That's ultimately what we're running into. There's no way around it.
I'm certain I haven't fully understood you, but are you suggesting that time was caused itself?
What?
No, matter causes time.
The idea is that I was taking you to say that there's something that has to account for time by bringing in the wave stuff, right?
It's gravity and matter.
I'm saying that space and time and matter cannot come into existence without the universal wave function collapse.
You're saying it can't come into existence without the universal wave
function collapse, yes. And like, that's what everything points to.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because I don't think you can cause time, because cause presupposes time.
It's matter that dilates time and space.
Matter
has gravity. It dilates time and distance.
Is not bound by time.
Okay, but the idea is that and I think you said this earlier, the idea of an event or a moment already establishes time. So if there's an instance of quantum entanglement, there's some kind of event, which is to suggest there's time.
No. Okay. So in your argument, right, you have a moment and then another moment, and the universe comes into being. Correct?
Yeah, so you have a moment where there's no universe, and then you have a second moment following where there's a universe.
Okay, so if moment one cannot exist until the universe does exist, then your argument is invalid.
But why would but I'm not saying that.
Because what is a moment? Is a moment a moment of time? Yes or no?
Well, that's a good question. What an event or moment? I guess the idea is that an event or moment is that which can potentially change. I guess it has to do. It's a function of change. I think events and moments. But
we're arguing right now over whether or not the universe began to exist with no cause. Correct?
Well, whether that's logically coherent, but notice that.
Cause.
Let me get this out for a second. Notice that when I say there's a first moment where there's no universe, and a second moment where there's a universe, that's actually compatible with God creating the universe.
I've already established that, but that's God being the cause. Correct?
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Okay, so Danny, are the points that you've put forth there, are those about God creating the universe, or the universe beginning with no cause?
I'm kind of laying the groundwork for why I think it's coherent.
Well, you keep going back to God in making your positions coherent, but we're not talking about whether or not God exists in the context of God creating the universe. This argument originally was you creating a valid position that the universe could begin with no cause, and that being logically sound.
Well, look, I guess maybe I didn't do a good job. I think that the idea here is that I think you can have a succession of events without any causes, right? And I think that's pretty much a lot of people accept that that's possible. So you can have, just like think of a number line, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have a succession, but it's not like 1 causes 2 and 2 causes 3. No.
Your mind is executing that there. If you're looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it still requires your mind. in order to even actualize that concept conceptually, even if it's an abstract.
I wonder if that, like, I think that's an interesting point, but I wonder, because you're presenting a conceptualist view of numbers, but can you tie that in with the succession of events?
Okay, we're going back to the origin prior to. Now, I'm not going to necessarily argue that the numbers don't exist prior to the universe or without us existing. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is in relation to the beginning of the universe that we observe, okay, which is subject to time.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been creating supposedly a valid argument that the universe can begin with no cause, and that being logically sound, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Your premise, your point one. There was a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Moment two, universe.
Yeah.
Okay. Is moment. I've actually listed like 5 times now. Is first moment. Is that time?
Yeah, the idea of there being a first moment necessitates time. Yeah.
Okay. So if everything about our observations is that time does not exist unless space and matter do.
You see, I reject that.
Well, then you're rejecting. Okay, well, this goes back to induction.
That's
right? So if
science.
everything about if everybody, like every piece of evidence shows, the empirical evidence shows that time is dependent on space and matter. So just because you want to reject it doesn't mean that from an inductive perspective that I'm not annihilating first moment with no universe.
Well, there's a couple things for me. The number one is that I when I say it doesn't necessitate it, I mean logically necessitate. And the second thing is that you don't want to accept that, because the idea is that God is presumably in time but not in space, and that he could have existed without creating. He didn't necessarily. Did you want to say something?
So if time
is
not
limited by time.
Yeah, like I've repeated myself multiple times here, and you know this. I think you're just dodging now. God, it's well known, man. Like, is one of the foundational premises of God being timeless, not bound by time.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't make any sense on my view. I agree with the Christian. He's a Christian. I think his name is Ryan
He's the
Mullins.
maker of time.
I mean, the idea is that God existing in no moment. I kind of reject the coherency of Craig there with respect to God existing timelessly. That doesn't make any sense.
He's not constrained by
well,
time.
if time had if time had a beginning, and the beginning is recognized to be dependent on space and matter, right? And that's what causes time. If it doesn't exist, there is no time before it. Like, this is why I keep saying that your position is not valid.
Hey, I have a suggestion, guys, because we're kind of stuck on this.
Yeah.
LPP, why don't we move past the L and go on to the P? What is probable? Did the universe exist without a cause? Did it begin without a cause, or is it more probable that it had a cause?
I think Danny's more on the possibility, what's possible.
Well, I really don't have any strong views about what's probable. I think that if God is coherent, and the universe began, I don't blame any. I think everyone's within their rights to think that God created the universe. I don't really have that much of a problem with it.
Okay, Danny. So let's assume that universe is eternal or universe had a cause. Which one is more plausible?
Which one do I think is more probable? The universe
having
a cause?
Let's just erase the one we've been arguing over, because you and I both know that that's bovine scatology of actually being something to actually consider. So, universe is eternal. Universe had a cause. Which one's more plausible?
Well, I don't really know which one's more plausible.
Okay, so are you suggesting that
Is there such a thing as free energy?
So does everything that we observe in cosmology and astronomy indicate that there was a beginning?
I mean, it seems like that's consensus.
Okay, so is it more plausible that the universe had a cause to begin versus it just being in an eternal state? If all the evidence shows that it had a beginning.
Yeah, I mean, my intuition is that it had a cause.
Okay, so yeah, but you love to do everything from an analytical perspective, not just an intuitive one. So, what does your analytical mind say?
What my analytical? I mean, I don't really know enough about.
Yeah, was there an effect without a cause?
I operate on the consensus that the universe, seemed to have a beginning. I mean, that seems true basis on the basis of the literature. There's some dissenting voices, but they're kind of small. So now the question is, if it had a beginning, what's more likely, that it had a cause, or were there? I mean, given the fact that everything that I observe, that begins usually as a cause, I think, yeah, it might be likely that it has a cause.
Okay, so if it's more likely that it had a cause, is it more likely that it was a quote-unquote God that was the cause, or it was just something completely non-coherent, like just totally random?
Yeah, I'm fine with saying that it could be, if someone thought that there was an intentional explanation for the universe, given the fact that it can't be a natural explanation, because any natural explanation is just going to be part of the universe, and that would lead to contradiction. I think that's within their rights to believe.
Well, I didn't ask what was somebody's rights to believe. I asked you what is.
Yeah, I don't really take a position, though.
Well, I know you always love to run around at 2 o'clock in the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, not take a position. But you can't just run around and be like, "Well, I'm going to argue all this stuff, but I don't actually have a position." We all know you have a position. You just don't want to say what your position is.
If you're not a theist,
you're conducting research for your master's thesis, and you don't want to actually give away your position because you're in the club. So, Danny, you and I have been going back and forth on this for about a year, and you always, whenever I get you pinned,
has it already been a year?
Whenever I get you pinned, you're just like, I don't want to take a position, because you can't say anything that doesn't seem completely idiotic. If you don't come to the more rational conclusion that, okay, yes, there was an intentional cause. And if there's an intentional cause,
I can't believe he said there was an effect without a cause.
Danny, if it's more reasonable that there was an intentional cause behind the universe, how are you an atheist?
Well, reasonable. I don't know about I mean, I don't have any commitments about it.
Listen, I don't give a rat's ass whether or not you have a commitment. I'm asking you, if you think there is an intentional cause, how are you an atheist?
No, I don't believe that. I already told you that I didn't.
Yeah, but is it not the more rational conclusion?
But look, when I say that something's more reasonable, more rational, I'm saying that they have a commitment to believe something to be true.
No. I'm asking if you think it's more reasonable and rational.
Why are you trying to blow his cover?
Yeah, he's trying to think.
Yeah, answer the question. Do you think it's more reasonable and rational, or it's unreasonable? Okay, so are you saying
with respect to this problem, I'm agnostic?
Are you saying? I'm not asking. I don't care if you're agnostic. I'm asking you a direct question. Do you think it is unreasonable and irrational to conclude that there was intention behind the formation of the universe?
No, I don't. Not really. No.
Okay, so you don't think it's unreasonable or irrational, which means you would lean towards it being rational and reasonable, correct?
Well, I have that intuition that it's but I'm telling you that what it means to say that something's rational is that I have some commitment that obligates me to believe that the universe had an intentional.
Okay, so do you think it is more logical, plausible, and probable to conclude that there was an intention behind the formation of the universe?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you think that it is more logical, plausible, and probable that there was an intention behind the formation of the universe?
No.
So you think it's reasonable and rational, but not logical, plausible, and probable?
No, I'm saying that it's not rational, nor is it irrational. At least for the sort of what I take to be true right now, to accept or deny an intentional explanation for the universe.
Okay,
I don't.
So you just contradicted yourself, because like 2 minutes ago you said it was not unrational or unreasonable.
Right. I don't take that.
And then I asked you, so does that mean it's more rational and reasonable? And you said yes. And then now you're trying to say you're basically at sum zero.
Look, you need to hear me for a second. I'm saying that there's it's a trichotomy here. It's not whether something is rational or irrational. I don't accept that dichotomy. I think things can either be irrational, rational, or non-rational or irrational, right? And so given what I believe now and my rational obligations, right, I withhold belief. All right. I don't, given the concerns presented tonight, right, about just the notion of time, causation, the universe, beginnings, right? I don't, none of that is going to commit me one way or another. So that's to say it's just not rational or irrational to accept for me. And if someone has a very powerful intuition, or if they have information that I'm not privy to, it might be otherwise for them, I haven't really studied the Kalam in serious depth to really come to a strong conclusion.
Mm-hmm. So, Danny, we all know that you are dancing right now. You're freaking pulling up Michael Jackson as we speak, right?
You think so?
Oh, yeah. We all know it.
What I said didn't make sense?
No, I understand. I heard what you said, Danny. I've been hearing you doing these little these intellectual dances for a year straight.
Dancing in the moonlight with LPP.
At this point, my intuition leans me towards that, but I don't actually have. I'm irrational, even though my intuition says this. I'm actually irrational.
Yeah, I don't take intuitions to be reasons or justifications.
Okay, what is the cause of intuition?
Oh, that's a very heavy question. I take them to be maybe some weird kind of perception.
Okay, so man, we lost Rebecca. So are you familiar with the concept of thin slicing?
No, I'm not.
Okay, it's late. I'm drawing a blank on the term, but there's actually like a scientific term for it. But it's basically analysis of what our quote unquote intuitions are, right? And how what they're actually realizing is that intuition is actually signals that are being sent through subconscious computation of information that is actually giving us like actual logical, rational, computed answers to different things, right? And generally, they're right more than 90% of the time.
Really?
Yeah. And it's like, for example, example one. There's one that they did a study on this guy who he could predict where, like a former like tennis coach, and he could predict where the ball was going to land before it was struck by the server. And he was being able to do it with about 90, it was over 90% accuracy. And they put him with scanners and all this kind of stuff, and they were being able to figure out that his brain was actually being able to analyze the angle and the moves that the player was making before he actually hit it. But his subconscious was being able to process all of it and then extrapolate out the angle of the ball was going to take and where it was going to strike. Freaking nuts. And there's literally thousands of examples of this, different things like this. And it's not just like
this seems to be related to chicken sexing. Are you familiar with those examples?
With what? Chicken what?
Chicken sexers. They work in factories and they take little chicks and they sort them based on sex. And if you watch them, they're differentiating it. The sex is based, that at least the way it appears, based on nothing. They just somehow know that they.
No, are these humans?
Yeah, okay. They're human.
Okay.
But the idea is that they've been working so long in factories that they just get what they get this intuition of whether a chick is a male or female. But I don't think I'm using intuition in that sense. Like in this sort of like dispositional sense where like your body or your brain responds to a certain set of patterns or experiences and you come to conclusions. I'm talking about something.
And that's why I was making the caveat of it's not just about like something. It's not about just about something physical. It's not just pattern recognition. It's and this same logic applies to all sorts of things that are non-physical, if you will. It's about the computational capacity of our brains, right? Our subconscious, to be able to reach rational conclusions. And oftentimes in the modern society, we have been conditioned to reject our intuition, our quote unquote intuition, and to look for all the reasons why it is incorrect rather than looking for the reasons that it is correct. And operating from the perspective that there is a 90+% probability that the intuitive reaction is correct. And actually, there's been studies on how it like slows down all sorts of things in modern society, whether it be business decisions, life decisions in general, relationships, all sorts of stuff. It actually has a major negative connotation because we've been conditioned to reject it rather than accept, and not blindly, but to operate from the perspective is 80 to 90% probability that it's the correct conclusion, and go to substantiate it.
Yeah, I don't know if that can be true of like philosophical intuitions about metaphysics. The point is that if for some reason I woke up tomorrow and I have the intuitions going in the other way, it wouldn't be. It doesn't seem like it'd be true that 90%. I'm 90. Whatever I have an intuition as being true, it was 90%. Probably 90% has a 90% probability of being true.
Okay, so how many times when you have come across a new argument or new concept do you very rapidly extrapolate out what the conclusion is prior to actually reading it or hearing it?
How many times? I'm sorry, LPB. Can you repeat? I'm getting tired myself. Can you repeat yourself?
So just because you don't, or you might have a rejection of something, right, or switch your position, it doesn't mean that your initial conclusion wasn't correct. And on a slightly different front than that, how often do you come across something new, right? And as you begin to read it, you're immediately able to extrapolate out what the end conclusion is.
Oh, yeah. It depends on what I'm reading, but that happens to me often. Where, like, right. Same with like movies and shows, you can just kind of like, this is what's about to happen,
Right, you're able to extrapolate it out, right? But you're not making a conscious, quote unquote, extrapolation. It's just happening immediately, right, or relatively immediately. Very, very, let's say very, very rapidly, right? But not necessarily. You're not like consciously thinking out each step. You're just like intuitively knowing what the end outcome is going to be, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Are you suggesting that intuitions should count as justifications? Like, I mean, I feel like this is where your conclusion is going to get.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if there are all sorts of arguments and pieces of evidence which support what your intuitive conclusion is, right? Then rather than it being I shouldn't even consider what my intuition is, and all the other arguments and the different pieces of evidence, maybe I should have my position be the one that both has supporting evidence and has my intuition, and that be my.
I guess I don't think that's going on.
And that be the position that I take until somebody completely debunks what both my intuition and these arguments are saying. Because you wouldn't be necessarily having the intuitive conclusion if you hadn't read the arguments, you hadn't seen some of the pieces of evidence.
No, that's not. I don't think that's true. You can have intuitions about things that you have no arguments for or against. And in my case,
you can, but I'm talking about in the ones that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any supporting arguments or evidence to suggest that there was an intentional explanation. All I have is an intuition that if the universe had a cause, then it has some intentional explanation.
So you're stating that you have no idea about the fine-tuning arguments. Don't BS me.
Well, I don't think design arguments are very. I don't think those any. I don't accept design arguments as being good arguments.
Oh, hang on. So you're stating that. Okay. Do you think it is intuitively the intuitive leaning that there was a beginning to the universe and there was a cause?
Well, I think that seems intuitive. Given, well, I don't take the universe having a beginning. I don't take that on intuition. I take that on scientific consensus. It seems like.
Okay,
but,
so I get all that. What I'm saying is, okay, never mind, Dave. This is pointless. You're going around in circles and you're dancing, and you know it. The universe had a beginning, had a cause. You intuitively conclude that it was an intent to the cause. Yeah, you have knowledge of the fact that the universe is fine-tuned out the wazoo. It's incredibly improbable, et cetera, et cetera. You know all these things. And you actually think that knowledge has zero to do with your intuitive conclusion that there was an intentional cause to the universe.
Well, I think the fine-tuning arguments are not very good arguments, so I don't think that should factor into my calculus here in terms of whether I should accept an intentional.
And why do you think that they are not good arguments?
Because a lot of teleological arguments rely on probabilities, but in order to establish why you should accept one conclusion over another in terms of probabilities, you have to have both probability values. But we have no probability value for an intentional explanation like a divine intentional explanation. So even if you could establish that the way the constants are, have, all this stuff is extremely improbable, what you have to show is that it's still more, right? You can have, let's say, X value for that. You're going to have to get Y value for a divine intentional explanation. We have no such value.
Have you actually not read anything about these things? Because there's plenty of in-depth. There's been books written on this concept that would lean way more in favor of there needing to be a cause for that, and not just being something you can just insert.
Do you have a probability value for a divine intentional explanation?
No, we're not talking about divine intention. We're talking about a cause, an intentional cause. It doesn't matter.
It has to be divine.
Divine? No, it does not. Divine means jack diddly squat. You're talking about a external agent that has intentional cause. Whether or not
I think it necessarily has to be divine, because the idea is that because if the universe had a cause and it's an intentional explanation, that intentionality can't be embodied, because the idea of a body is that it's included in space and time and thus part of the universe. So the idea,
if we're inside of a simulation, how does what you just said have any relevance?
Like if we're in the Matrix?
Yeah. Why does it have to be divine?
Well, the idea is that if everything wait, I am confused as to what you're saying. You're saying if you're playing a video game, right? And let's assume the characters inside the game are sentient, but they don't become sentient or have any perspective until you turn on your freaking Xbox or whatever, right, or your computer. Now they exist. Okay.
That you had to do that. You had to be the external cause that did it, and you had to be the one. Let's hypothetically here, you created the Xbox and wrote the code for the game, right? Just example purposes.
Yeah, I'm following you.
You doing all that has zero to do with whether or not you're quote unquote divine.
I agree, but you see, the universe is different, because the idea of the universe is that it includes all physical states, which includes bodily states. I think I take my bodily the way my body is right now to be part of the universe.
Right,
So
but but if you're inside of the game from and this goes back to the whole point we were talking about in terms of the idealism and dualism for that matter, but idealism specifically, all you are is, and everything you're seeing and all that is the universe is things that they can be real, but they're still being rendered inside of your frame of reference.
Yeah, but the idea is that the computer that hosts the simulation is going to be namely part of the universe, right?
Not necessarily. The universe can be inside of it.
I just take. Okay, wait. I thought you're creating a hypothetical in which you have a simulation, like a video game or something like that, where like there are characters in the video game. The point is that what makes that possible in the hypothetical is namely the universe, right, outside of the simulation.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, hang on. No. We're talking about the universe that is the game. Okay. What's happening external to it is not relevant to the characters in the game. Okay. The point I was making about the whole reason I brought this up was you were claiming it has to be divine and all these kind of things. And the whole point I was making was that you don't have to necessarily have the divine, like all the omnis, right? In the example that I'm giving, you still have a beginning, and it turns on and it comes into being when you have finished writing the code for the game. You stick it in the freaking CD or whatever into your Orchestra Sonics cloud access, and you push the button, and boom, now the universe exists that you created. Like this is why I get so irritated. I'm not irritated with you guys, but I get so frustrated with the folks who go on these rabbit holes about like why this whole concept of something coming into being from an external agent is so complicated when we do this all the freaking time when we create video games. Like
I'm trying to show this analogy. The idea is that if a mind created the universe, that mind can't have a body. Do you accept that?
I'm not arguing that, dude. I'm talking about
We're talking about the beginning of the universe and the cause of the universe, right?
No, I'm specifically addressing your point about whatever the cause being having to be divine.
Yeah, I'm saying that if the universe
and I'm negating that whole point by saying it doesn't even necessarily have to be without a body. If you really want to go down that rabbit hole in terms of whether or not our universe and our existence requires an external cause, because that's the only thing I'm talking about is the external cause. It doesn't have to be if it has no beginning, sure, that's fine. But I'm saying is it the more rational conclusion that, and the more easily substantiated conclusion that a external agent is necessary for us to exist? It doesn't have to be divine. It has to be external and be able to and have the capacity to create this.
Look, I'm just losing it here. The idea is that, are we talking about the beginning of the universe or no? Are we talking about that? Okay, now the idea is that
we're talking about what is necessary for the universe to exist. In this context, I'm saying we can toss all of the divine aspects out the window. Okay, and the reason I'm saying this is we do this all the time. And are you saying that we're divine?
I'm saying that if we don't have bodies, we're divine.
Okay. Do we create our own digital universes all the time?
Sure.
Okay, so they have a beginning point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you were a sentient character somehow inside of the game, from your frame of reference, there was a hard beginning to your existence and the universe in which you exist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the fact that you or I that does this is mortal have any relevance to whether or not we were necessary for that digital universe to exist?
Repeat that question again. Does something about necessity?
You're the individual who creates both the Xbox or whatever the game platform is, and you wrote the code for the game. Okay, hypothetically. Does you being mortal have any relevance to whether or not you were necessary for the creation of the digital universe?
No, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't. No.
Okay, so why would if if we have a beginning, just like the turning on of the freaking video game platform, right? We are now sentient beings inside of a universe. Whether or not we know if the external agent which created it is physical, in a body, not in a body, only a mind, whatever, does it have any relevance to whether or not, given the things that we observe inside of our universe that we're looking at, all the things, and the fact that at the beginning, all these different things, does what we know about them have any relevance to whether or not it's the most rational conclusion that they were necessary?
If I'm understanding you, yes, absolutely, because the idea is that if we're talking about all of physical existence coming into being, that means that which causes all of physical existence can't be physical or can't be dependent on the physical, right? In your simulation or video game analogy, the idea is that the video game creator, the simulation creator, has a body and thus part of the universe, not part of the simulation, but part of the universe, right?
Right, but from the character's perspective inside of the digital universe, everything would appear physical to them.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there's a kind of reality outside of that simulation, which is namely physical, right? Given the fact that we have bodies. What I'm trying to say is that whatever mind causes if a mind caused the universe, that mind has to be disembodied. If it's disembodied, that means it's all powerful, because what a body does is limit a mind. The idea is that if there's no body to a mind, it is unlimited in power, right? It's omnipotent.
I get all that, Danny.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that. I don't actually ultimately conclude that it's divine. That's not my point. That's not the point I've been going around.
Okay. Then I'm sorry about that then.
The point I'm making is that whether or not that is true is irrelevant to whether or not it is the fact that there must be an external entity necessary is the most rational conclusion. And it's irrational to think that an external entity is not necessary, whether or not it's disembodied or embodied.
Yeah, I just don't agree. I mean, I kind of, there was a point in which I think I've lost sight of the exact disagreement. Like we could call it a night and maybe talk about this later, but I kind of lost sight of.
Well, I think maybe Danny, are you asking about whether or not the probability of the constants have to be what they are? I mean,
no.
I think are you asking if there could be other probability? I mean, how?
Sorry, go ahead, Jungle.
Like, how do you know that? I thought what you were asking before was that you were asking about the probability of the constants being what they are, but then
I think that's separate. I was giving why I don't accept fine-tuning arguments. The reason why I don't accept fine-tuning arguments is that we have a probability value for the constants being the way they are, but we have no probability value for an intentional explanation that's disembodied, right? An intentional explanation coming from a disembodied mind. We have no such probability value.
Right, and the point I was making is that whether it's embodied or disembodied has zero relevance to whether or not the sheer improbabilities indicate that there is a intentional agent necessary. And that's the whole point I was making about, like, it doesn't matter if it's the freaking video game and it was a human that created it, or it's a disembodied entity that is creating it. There's no relevance to whether or not.
Now I see. Okay, yeah, I think
it's absolutely zero bearing. And it's in my opinion, very often this little I'm saying this, whatever pathway we've been going down ends up being a distraction from the big picture, which is it doesn't freaking matter if it's physical, divine, omni, has all the omni properties. That has zero relevance to whether or not it is something that is obvious that an external agent is necessary. Whatever the ultimate powers of the external agent are and what their quantity is and how they can be quantified and et cetera, has no bearing ultimately whether or not they would be necessary to have something come into being. That's the whole point.
I think I think I disagree, though. The point is that if you're giving a design argument about either constants or things like DNA or the genetic code, the idea is that you have to come to the conclusion that if there's necessitated an intentional explanation, that must be God, given that I understand God to be a disembodied mind, right? And the reason why is because for every intentional explanation you give to explain your phenomena, that intentional and that mind will be embodied, and there's going to be questions about what sets up the complexity of that body. So it can't be. Eventually, you're going to get to a point where it's a mind without a body. And I don't think I made a lot of sense just now. It's a hard thing to explain.
I get what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with your extrapolation. But my point is that going all the way to that extreme is like another level of conclusion. But
you're suggesting it might not matter, and
I'm saying it. Yeah, that's my whole point. Is if we're actually inside of a VR game, okay, that a physical being created, the fact that we're inside the digital game, one, our frame of reference is going to be, this is our universe, right? It doesn't matter if it was a freaking human or like a futuristic human or like some genius that's got us in the freaking fat, right? That has nothing to do with whether or not everything that we observe would necessitate that entity existing, whether or not it's a physical body or otherwise. Now, the end extrapolation, does it make more sense if they're disembodied and be omni and be God? Yes. But that doesn't mean that in between there, it's still not more rational that some other type of entity existed or needs to exist in order for us to exist. Just like nobody would ever conclude. I mean, honestly, do you not think that there is okay, in video games, they literally write physics equivalents, like constant equivalents inside of the game. Like they change the physical constants inside of the video game when they're like writing the code. So, I mean, like this whole aspect.
Okay, so where do we disagree exactly? Other than the conclusion, where is it that maybe we can settle where we're disagreeing?
Well, no,
and maybe
okay, what we're disagreeing on is you're claiming that it's not the more. You're claiming it's irrational to conclude that an intentional agent was necessary.
Yeah, for me, that's just to say that I don't have any argument or evidence to suggest one way or another for myself, right? I don't take a position.
Okay. I think that you are willfully refusing to use your brain.
Okay. It was a good discussion, though. I still had fun.
That's a good time, but man, it's pretty obvious, Danny. You just desperately want to maintain your atheist position, and you're not actually, because you have way more knowledge than what justifies a non-position.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. I still enjoyed the discussion. Sorry if I came across as disingenuous. I didn't mean to be.
No, I don't think you're being disingenuous. I think you are consciously or subconsciously avoiding the obvious because you want to maintain whatever it is that you want to maintain for your worldview, your current worldview.
Well, I guess that's the night for me. I'm tired.
I got Dave's like, damn it, he's got me. I gotta go.
I mean, if you still want to, we should talk more though.
It's 1:30 a.m. for me too. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, we should talk more though. I think I think these are conversations that are fun, and I think that maybe I'll at least you'll be able to say that I talk to some atheists just fine. Like you're obviously the problem. It's not that you're an atheist.
It is fascinating that you and I generally are able to have decent conversations, and then somehow so many others degenerate into dumpster fires. I wonder why that is.
Well, thanks again. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man. You got any last words, Jungle? I'm about to pass out myself.
Well, I'm about had it myself, so just use use your logic, use your head. A lot of people, a lot of atheists. To me, I'm thinking more and more. I'm noticing how misinformed they are and uneducated they are, and that includes all the way up to the top. They just don't know what they're talking about.
Yep, I would agree with that.
That's my.
And then, if Danny's still listening, we have people like Danny who does have knowledge, but desperately avoids it. In terms of he wants to maintain his agnostic position, even though he knows full well the evidence leans in favor of God having to exist in order for us.
I don't want to say should know better, but because people told me I should know better too. But so
I think there's hope for Danny. I've been praying for him. All right, it's bedtime. Good talking with you, man.
Yep. Yeah. Likewise.
You have a great night.
All right.